Kia ora tātou, nau mai, haere mai, and welcome everybody to our council meeting of Wednesday the 28th of October 2020. Before we start, I would like to ask Wiremu Te Awiawi to address us. Wiremu.
I love the way, for a Pacific Islander who stopped paddling. People stop paddling, but you got here by boats later on somehow. Plane. But how you walk in both worlds good. So that's a unique thing to have. And I'm sure whether the Greens join you or not, I don't know what's going to happen there. But who knows? But the good thing is, Tangi, that we have a relationship. We know we can pick up the phone and you won't go, Wiremu who? So we wish you all the best. We pray that God looks after you down there, and I'm sure He will. And remember, I think Parliament is this. It's all about horse trading. I think you'll find that out. But God bless and take care, and we have all our best wishes. And what I love about it is all of you know around here, you can just pick up and talk to Tangi, he'll be there just like that. So we're proud of you, and you've done a good job as Deputy Mayor, although you never got to serve me as Deputy Mayor. Nō reira, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou katoa.
Te aroha,
te whakapono, me te rangi mari e tātou tātou e. Te aroha, te whakapono, me te rangi mari e tātou tātou e.
Wow, look at that, eh? All you non-Māoris singing the Māori song. Mr. Mayor, that crest behind you, must be part of that you all get up and sing the Waiata. Isn't it beautiful Waiata? The Waiata says faith, hope and love, but the greatest of these is love. Kia ora koutou.
Kia ora and thank you, Wiremu. I'd just like to welcome members of the public in the gallery here today. I'll just explain this meeting is being recorded and will be on the Council's website. It is also being live streamed as well. Health and safety wise, the exits are marked with the green, and if in the unlikely event of an emergency, we follow the staff and we'll meet downstairs in the quadrant Te Marae o Hine. And if we could ask the councillors and presenters just to give their name before speaking into the microphone, because we are being streamed online. Our toilets are in the link span as you entered, and there is a non-smoking, obviously, the building, and a defibrillator is located in the link span as well. So we now go to our order of business, and number one is apologies. I haven't received any apologies. I'm not, except Councillor Bowen, I think, for early departure on council business. So I'll look to move those. If I could have a seconder. Thank you, Councillor Meehan. And we will vote, please. As passed, 15 votes for, none against. Thank you. We now move to number 2, which is notification of additional items, and there are 2 late items. We have a late item around the appointments at the resignation of the Deputy Mayor, and the reason for the lateness there is information was not received until after the agenda deadline. It cannot be delayed because we do need to secure appointments in a timely manner for governance roles. And part 2, late item, confidential, is around the by-elections consideration and arrangements. And again, reason for lateness, the councillor's resignation was received after the agenda report deadline, and it cannot be delayed because the Local Government Act sets out a timeline for the by-election, and the first date of which is before the next council meeting. So I will look to move those. If I could have a seconder, please. Thank you, Councillor Dennison. And we have a councillor that wants to speak. Councillor Naylor.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Just want to make a brief comment about the practice of accepting late items, and I recognise that you've explained the reasons for that. I'm not sure if I was the only elected member or if there were others that read the late item in the email that was sent to us on Friday with the 2 recommendations, and it wasn't till very late last night that I went back to the paper to have another look over it and found there were 6 recommendations and significantly more information. I do think we need to get a little bit better at providing that information in a timely way so that when we make decisions at this table we're well informed and prepared. So I'll accept the late item in this, on this occasion, as I do recognise we do need to progress some of the recommendations, but do think we need to allow a more timely way for elected members to prepare for important decisions.
Right, councillors, no other people wishing to speak. We will put this to the vote. As passed, 15 votes for and none against. We now number 3, declarations of interest, and I have not received any. So we'll move now to number 4, and we have Joanne Atkinson, and I'll invite you up, Jo. Now, Jo has issues to Palmerston North Cycleway, and she would like to speak to a petition which she is going to present us with. Jo. So Jo, the microphone's there, the little green button will tell you it's on, and you have 10 minutes, and the floor is yours. Thank you.
Sure. So tēnā koutou katoa, Your Worship the Mayor and councillors. My name is Jo Aitchison, and today I'm going to be presenting my petition, which is still ongoing. Today it has 2,153 signatures, and it is in order to get the completion of the Ashurst to Palmerston North Riverside pathway. So I'm going to start off today by telling you a little bit about the background of what's happened in terms of the pathway, and then I'm going to present 3 reasons why I think it's really crucial that this happens in a timely and efficient way. So I'm going to start with my first item, and it doesn't seem to be working, so yeah, I just need to click to the first slide. it's a Prezi presentation, so it's a little bit more creative than a PowerPoint one. So I think Hannah's going to press the button for me. Thanks, Hannah. Okay, in my first thing I want to look at is what we've got today. So it's 2020, and this is the sign that we've got on the Ashurst Bridge car park sign. I'm a resident of Ashurst, and I've been waiting for about 4 years, all the time that I've been living there, for this to be completed. And as you can see from the diagram, it's actually proposed for 2014, but as we'll sort of see as we go along, not a lot has happened in that time. So you can see that the part on the left, to Raukawa Road, has been completed, and then it's got the little red dots which go along, which show the part that should have been completed by 2014. So if we go to the next slide. So in 2013, the 3.2 kilometre path was completed. This is a path that I ride along with my son all of the time. It goes from the Ashurst Bridge until Raukawa Road, where there is a gate, and it stops. So it is like a little road to nowhere. It is a nice little recreational area, but if you want to continue on from there, what you need to do is ride or walk or whatever up Raukawa Road and then go out onto the Napier Road. This is something that I have done a few times while commuting. But it's not necessarily the most attractive option. So if we go to the next slide, please. So we've got what I'm calling the 7-year hitch. So between 2013 and 2020, from my understanding and the talks that I've done, in 2013, negotiations with the Organic Farm Company were abandoned. So in the initial iteration of this cycleway, it was meant to be a riverside pathway that was going from the Pātunu Raukawa Road to join up to Riverside Road, which it continues now in the bridle path that we've got here now. So that was just the part that is the organic farm part, which goes from Riverside Drive to a good portion along the river. As far as I can see, that was just left to the side. A small section of gravel path was built on Te Matai Road in 2016. I've ridden along this myself because I often commute into town and I go along the Napier Highway and then I go left along Te Matai Road. So it's basically just a gravel pathway. You can see from the picture there is a small part that is paved. But then it's just gravel, so it's really not very attractive. And that was put up to basically go around the organic farm. And then in 2017, there was a memorandum of understanding with Higgins. This was reported in the Manawatu Standard article. It was a title that said the pathway will not be completed until 2018. And in this memorandum of understanding, it was reported that Mr. Higgins agrees in principle with the pathway. Right, so what I've got for the Riverside Pathway, and these are the 3 reasons that I think that it's really important that it be basically brought to the front of the schedule and really prioritised. So the first reason is timeliness, the second reason is inclusiveness, the third reason is connectivity. And in terms of timeliness, what I've got there is a picture of Hiara Kotahi. So you've got the incredible development that's happened over that side of town, which from my research is approximately $18 million, which is a joint work with NZTA and the council. So it's a huge amount of money being spent on that side of the town. And then you've also got the Ashurst to Woodwall Walk Cycleway, which I understand NZTA is approved to go ahead for 2024. In the middle, you've got a missing link. And in terms of the timeliness, what I'm feeling is that, and this is what a lot of the petitioners have said, that they feel really let down about not, basically this side of town has been really well developed and the other side of town has just been left. So there's a big question mark there, and that's why I think it should be prioritised. So the next thing is inclusiveness. So in terms of the pathway, my main impetus for starting this petition was a very frustrating journey from Napier Road where I nearly got mowed over by a car. And a lot of people have spoken about the desire for a beautiful riverside track where they can have walkers, runners, disabled people, cyclists, e-bikers, families, anglers, dog walkers, horse riders. So I've put up there, no one wants to walk beside this. And it's really not a very attractive option because you can see all of the cars. That's after Raukawa Road, just going up to the place where there's a passing lane, 100k an hour. And if we just go to the next slide and play the video, if you could just press the video, it's just on that picture of the car there. So this is a recording that I did when I was riding into town 2 weeks ago on a Saturday. So you just need to press, if you just click on the actual picture there, if you click on the picture and there should be a little button. No, yeah, that's right. Yeah, if you click on the car picture and it should come up with a, okay. Yeah, that's all right. No, so basically, I'm just going to imagine there's lots and lots of traffic noise and sort of imagine the beautiful smell of fumes and there's lots and lots of cars that go past. Yeah, so if we go on to the next slide. My final point is connectivity, and this is something that people say a lot in the petition, that they feel that Ashurst is a part of Palmerston North, but right now it's cut off. And it's Palmy to Ashurst and Ashurst to Palmy, and in terms of businesses and a lot of people in Ashurst saying we'd love it if we could get people coming out here for a little coffee, have a shop. In terms of cycling, one of the comments on the petition was that if you finish this cycleway, we would have 40 people over here the next weekend. They're incredibly keen for that to happen. And finally, for us to connect to our beautiful Manawatu Awa. It is a really important site in terms of heritage, especially for Rangatane, who are originally a river people and lived and had settlements along there. So, yes, that is my presentation. Thank you, Your Worship and councillors.
Thank you, Joe. That's good. You finished with plenty of time for some questions. So, look, I'll open it up for any questions. Councillor Barrett.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thanks, Joe, for bringing this to Council's attention. I'm just interested in the signatories and sort of what you know about them. How long did it take to get that many signatures? Was there any pushback, people feeling negative about it? You know, do we know how many of them are local or further afield might be interested in visiting?
The majority of them are local people, but there are also quite a few people who have signed up from different places and interested, I think, are keen cyclists or keen recreation people. So in terms of the main ideas that people are expressing, there's a lot of concern about safety, so people going along the side of the road. And there's a huge, in terms of the inclusiveness thing, there's a huge desire for people to connect to the river. So this is for things like, there was an example of a woman who has a disabled daughter, and she was saying that she would love to be able to take her along a riverside pathway. There was a man on the petition who said his sons were getting older and they'd love to be able to just keep on riding along there. So yeah, there are some out-of-towners, but I would say that the majority are local Palmy people.
Great, thank you. And just to clarify, how long you've been collecting signatures for?
We started this in August.
Okay, great.
Yeah.
Thank you.
It's actually still ongoing. So the one we gave to you's got 2,109 signatures, and it's now up to 2,153 as of this morning.
Great, thanks. I'll have some questions of officers if we might, but...
Well, I'm just about to do that, Councillor.
Okay, great.
If I could just ask the officers, because I understand there has been work going on in the background, and probably just a comment from you, Robert.
Yes, councillors, Your Worship, I can confirm we haven't stopped
trying to progress the pathway. But we will be bringing a report to the Infrastructure Committee of Council where we'll present several options about how to complete a connection between Palmerston North and Ashurst. Suffice to say, there is no easy solution, but certainly there are some options. So we'll bring that to the next committee meeting.
Thank you, Robert. Joe, there's no further questions, so thank you very much for your petition and your presentation. I'm sorry that we didn't quite have the technology for Prezi, but it was very impressive. Thank you.
Kia ora.
All right, councillors, we have that the petition there, we received the petition for information, and I'm quite happy to move that. Seconder, thank you, Councillor Rutherford. I'll open it up for any comments. I'll just start with, look, I don't think anybody disagrees with you, Joe. Thank you for bringing forward the petition and the community's feeling on this. I don't think anybody disagrees with your comments at all. I suppose it's a difficult position for council. We've been able to progress land that we've ever owned or we have a strong relationship with. It's really difficult to do that when you don't actually own the land. So the next option will be just to see what opportunities, what options we have, and thank you to the officers for progressing that. There has been some complications with different land ownerships as well, so it needs to be brought into the mix. There being no further... Oh, Councillor Barrett.
Sorry, I couldn't get my device to get me into the queue. Did want to briefly comment and thank Joe, John and supporters for bringing this matter back to Council's full attention. And certainly share your view and the view as expressed by the Mayor that it'd be good to get this completed very much as soon as possible. We just need to look at the value of the shared path network as it currently exists to understand why completing this link is important. I do find it quite amazing that we need to be here today a full decade on from when Jordan Castle was out collecting signatures for this same purpose, albeit on paper at that time. But in 2010 got thousands of signatures for exactly this same request, and if it weren't for a few choosing to block the path, we would actually be cutting ribbons rather than needing to debate this again at this point. So I think it's quite fair to say that the community has been extraordinarily patient over this decade, and it's welcome to see that the voice is being raised again around this matter. I'm firmly of the view that the banks of the riverside is there for public enjoyment, and we do need to find a way of actually achieving that as a community. Given that it's taken so long to get to this point, I'll say that I'm looking forward with great interest to see what the officers do bring us. But I do clearly believe that it needs to be brought to a head, that we do need to actually find a way to complete the connection as rapidly as possible, even if that ends up being a choice that to us is perhaps less palatable than we might like. So I do have a recommendation that would speak to that today, but hear that the officers are bringing something in the near future, so I'll wait and see that paper when it comes. But again, wanted to thank and commend the members of the community that have brought this back to our attention. Mr. Mayor.
Right, there are no further speakers. I'll ask you to vote, please. It's passed 15 votes for, none against. So again, I thank the members of the public for coming in. We now move forward now to number 5, which is the acknowledgement of service. The former Deputy Mayor, Tangi Utikere. And if you turn to page 9, which is merely a page that has a summary on it. But I would like to open up, and I'm sure there'll be others that would like to speak. But I do want to acknowledge you, Tangi, for your service on council here at Palmerston North City, 10 years. You returned before I was here, and 4 years of that as Deputy Mayor. And I think it's testament that the people that are here today acknowledging you and your journey now to be the Member of Parliament for Palmerston North is very special. You've been a very wise and sound voice around the table. You know standing orders and legislation probably better than anybody around this table, and including officers. So it is with some sadness that we see you leave our table. But as Wiremu has alluded to, we just need to pick up the phone and you will be there for us down at the Beehive. But in all seriousness, we do wish you a great journey down there. You will do very well. I'm absolutely assured of that. And you go with our best wishes. So kia ora, my friend. And very sad to see you go, but in your career, you'll go far. So I'll open it up for any other comments. Councillor Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I must say I've got very mixed feelings about saying farewell to Tangi, as I expect all of us do, actually. On the one hand, he's moving into a much bigger role in Parliament, where he's going to be representing the interests of the city on the national stage. That's with a small n. And I know that in that he's going to serve the city extremely well. And in fact, as many as you know, I have done my best over the last few months to make sure that he is in a position to do that. And I hope the rest of you will forgive me. On the other hand, I'm going to miss his significant contributions to our work here on council. I've really enjoyed working with Tangi, particularly on advocacy for the Highbury-Westbrook area, where we both live, on the remedial actions for the LED lighting changeover, and on the Monrad Pencarrow roundabout. And I'll now be flying the flag for that part of the city on my own. But Tangi has been a great source of advice and encouragement, both on procedures and strategy for everybody on council. He's been thoroughly reliable, approachable and trustworthy. And those are qualities which are rare in any political environment. And I think his successor has a difficult task to live up to that. However, the thing I will miss most about Tangi is a side which, in fact, the public may not often see, and that is his sense of fun. Council will be a duller place without Tangi around. But tradition requires a couple of anecdotes about the leaving member. So here we go. One of the small entertainments I've had on council has been determining when one of the mayor's emails has been ghost-written. I suspected for a long time, but one day I was pretty sure that the email in question had actually been written by Tangi. So I took a chance and passed on my congratulations to him for a carefully crafted email. He was a bit surprised to have been rumbled, but he did come clean. Another of Tangi's characteristics is to be immaculately dressed and colour coordinated. And early on in the election campaign, a comment was made on social media that Tangi would now need to get rid of all his blue ties. When we teased him about it, he was adamant he would not. As the campaign carried on, the blue ties would still occasionally be seen. So I'll be watching carefully, Tangi, to see whether you succumb to the peer pressure to get rid of them. I just want to say thanks to Tangi for his hard work, which has often gone unnoticed, for being the chief whip, for sometimes being the power behind the throne, and for the many ways in which you have tactfully and diplomatically worked to serve the community on council. And we look forward to working with you in new ways now. Ari rā, kia manui e koe.
Councillor Meehan.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Tangi goes back some time when we first entered the council chamber. The thing I really acknowledge about you is over your time of growth, you haven't forgotten home in Tākaro. Absolutely excellent. I just want to sum you up in one word, which I was unable to find, so it had to be 4. Professionalism, integrity, role model, and mentor. And I just want to thank you for all you've done for me. Thanks.
Councillor Dingwell.
As some of my colleagues have already said, Tangi Utikere is a man of many skills. We saw his integrity when he decided to donate his deputy mayoral salary during his campaign. We saw his fairness in most of the decisions he made at the council table, particularly when he was in the chair's seat, often referring to council standing orders, which he knew like the back of his hand. We saw his strong work ethic in the many hours he put into his role, over and above what was expected of him. We saw how accessible he was, often meeting with other elected members to walk through processes and give advice, even if he disagreed with what the elected member was trying to do. That's the part I'm really going to miss. He didn't let his younger age hold him back from getting things done. He didn't let his Pacifica background define who he was, but at the same time, he put in huge amounts of work to support our Pacifica community. He is both a team player and a leader. Tangi, it has been a privilege to serve our community alongside you. You've already passed on so much wisdom and inspired a lot of people. And I look forward to seeing you thrive in your new role, because this isn't goodbye, this is thank you and well done.
Councillor Barrett.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Must say it's quite a bit to get used to seeing you there rather than here, even though it's quite a short distance, realizing what that change signifies, Tangi. And as others have said, it's been a real privilege and something that I've absolutely appreciated the time that we have had to serve alongside each other here on council. You set incredibly high standards, been very even-handed and fair, and as others have alluded to, quite good-humored and personable along the way. You've done a lot to grow the role of deputy mayor to quite a substantial scope, and I think that's a real ongoing service and benefit to the community, showing what can be done in that space. As others have said, wish you very well for a long and happy journey of service as MP for the city, and no doubt we'll be in touch, and no doubt you'll be enjoying spending time with the other members of the class of 2020 in Parliament as well. Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Naylor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Mayor. Yes, I'm obviously going to really miss you, Tangi. I first met you in 2007 in the council chamber here when the election result was announced, and it was a very exciting day. And in my excitement, I congratulated you for your election to the Takaro Ward, which was a bit silly really, because I was three years early, but thankfully you were forgiving and didn't make me feel too silly. But I was pleased to be able to once again congratulate you in 2010 when you were elected. And I think in the last 10 years you've done an amazing job for the city in representing the city in a really fair and considered way. As others have said, you know how to have a bit of fun, and in the years when I was mayoress, I remember getting to know you a little bit, and some fun times on the dance floor in Queenstown at a local government conference. You might remember that. And it was a real pleasure in 2016 to join you here at the table and be able to work with you for the last 4 years. And I've really appreciated the fact that you're willing to give your advice, even on issues where you may even not agree with the position that elected members take. And you've been fair and measured, and I've particularly appreciated your eye for detail and your consideration of good process. And you've been prepared to get things back on an appropriate path, perhaps where things have deviated. So congratulations on your election to Parliament. I must admit, when the situation for the Palmerston North seat changed a few months back, I thought immediately of you, and you're aware of that. And I think whilst you've represented the city well in the last 10 years, you'll continue to represent the city well in Parliament, and I wish you all the best in that next journey.
Councillor Beattie.
Integrity, Tangi. 2010, I first met Tangi, and we helped each other in the Papio Award in Tākaro. I had my shop in Tākaro, and Tangi was in Papioa, so we decided to join alliances, and both of us came in 2010. Over the last 10 years, Tangi has become such a special friend, and you'd never think that a National Party electoral chair and a Labour Party MP would be best of friends, but we are, and that will continue. We've lost a councillor, but we will gain a fantastic MP for Palmerston North. And I just thank you for our friendship and our mission.
Councillor Harpiter.
Tangi, I just want to say you've done a fantastic job in the economic development role, and you were a great advocate for the city for economic development, particularly in the area of international students. So we thank you for that. The city thanks you for all the hard work that you have done for economic development. But I also want to thank you for the work that you have done for the Hearings Committee. I think your role in hearings has been outstanding. Again, the word integrity has to come up in that area. You show such great leadership in your role for hearings, and we can't undervalue that. It is an area that we need to show leadership, and you have shown that in spades. So I just want to say we are going to miss you. We are going to miss your leadership around the table. I know you're going to do well. It's obvious. You're going to be a great MP, and as Susan said, we're going to miss you. We're going to miss your heart. Go well, my friend.
Councillor Bowen.
Kia ora, my friend. Lots of the things I thought to say have already been said, which I think speaks to the integrity word that comes through. We all have the same experience of you as somebody who works for the good of this team, and I used that word advisedly. We go back, well, we share a common point in history, which is our connection to Parkland School. And so I was delighted to see in your recent campaign you casting your vote in the Parkland School Hall. And when I first stood for council in 2013, that was an immediate point of connection for us in those early conversations. And I remember an early conversation which should have told me a great deal about our future relationship. When I said to you, you asked how I thought the election campaign was going, and I said, "Oh, no, I think it's going really well. You know, I don't know if you ever really know, but I think I could do this. Yeah, how did you find it the first time you stood?" And he said, "Well, I used to think like that." But it didn't go quite that way, and that gentle bringing back down to earth, I think, is a characteristic that we've all experienced with you, Tangi. You are never one to gild the lily unnecessarily. You'll say it as you see it in a kind and practical way, and that was my first experience of you, and it's continued to be my consistent experience of you. You're empathetic, absolutely, but you don't pull your punches. You say it as you see it, and I've appreciated that straightness. As others have alluded to, I think the thing that you've said to me most is, I see what you're trying to do. See what you're trying to do, Rachel, and I can help you to get that on the table, but I'm not going to support it. So never under any illusions about where you stand on things, certainly. But as others have alluded to, we'll miss your contribution to the social life of council, particular fond memories of local government conferences. He cuts a mean streak on the dance floor. I think we've all seen that. And a recent memory at the Resource Management Legal Conference, where at the end of a very long night of some serious networking, we had to lime scooter back to our hotel. And I seem to remember you videoing that journey with great enthusiasm. We will miss you. Your voice will be missed around this table, but your personality, your wider contribution will be more missed than your political contribution solely. We wish you all the best as you go. Others have already canvassed that really well. You are going to be great. We believe that. We believe you'll be a great voice for our city. But that doesn't stop us being a little bit sad today. Go well, my friend.
Councillor Finlay.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Well, when I first heard about Tangi, found out who he was, he had put his name up to stand for election to council. I did know him earlier on through the Labour Party stuff, but then I was at a meeting and we started talking about this young fella Tangi and whether he would be any good as a councillor, and we were discussing it. And we had a lady there who was our editor of the organisation I was in, and she was just overwhelmed with him. He was gorgeous. He was the most fantastic person on earth. I was his headmistress, and he was the best in our school. And she couldn't stop raving about you. Parklands. She knew all about you. Well, she proved to be quite correct. You're as good as she said you were, Tangi. You took on the role as deputy mayor and you expanded it. You modelled it into a total new model. And whoever's going to take over after you is going to have to work a lot harder than those previously because you moulded it that way. You've actually created a new role, I think, for a deputy mayor. You're the new role model, and I think it's something we look forward to seeing continue. You think you've escaped us by going to Wellington. Wrong. Some of us come down to Wellington for different things, and I've just taken on a new role when I will be knocking on your door in Wellington. So you haven't got rid of us. And we certainly know where your office is in Queen Street. So you haven't got rid of us, but we haven't got rid of you either, because you've left your mark on this council. You aren't just walking away and that was the person who used to be. Everybody around this table will remember you as deputy mayor. Because one of the things about you, Tangi, and people on the street talk about it, he's got time for the nobodies. And that's one thing I stress about you, Tangi. You have time for the nobodies, those that don't matter and those that don't care or aren't cared about. Tangi, I admire you. You make time for people, and that's a thing about you that stands out more than anything else. You have time to talk to people. And I thank you for the experience of working beside you. Thank you.
Just before I go to the next speaker, just acknowledge people here as well. We've got 3 deputy mayors here, Jim Jeffries, John Hornblow and Duncan McCann. And also former councillors here, Christy O'Sherrell and Gabriel Bundy Cook. So again, I think testament to,
and also Peter Wheeler.
Oh, I'm sorry, Peter, my apologies, and Peter Wheeler. So I think again, it's testament to past councils that have been here and served with you. Councillor Butt.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I was actually trying to collect some Urdu poetry to say on this occasion, but then I read the standing orders very carefully, and it says you can only speak in English or Maori, so I'll probably convey it privately. There will be poetry. Endorsing each and every comment my colleagues have said, except one, that will I explain in the end. I don't agree with the last one comment, but just about something, his love in the public. When, for the first time, Tangi was selected as a candidate, I tried to introduce him with some of the community members, and they said, you don't need to do that. We already know him. So that was gone. And something about the very loyal and friendly voters. A community member, without realizing that he is not actually in his constituency, one day after he voted, he came to me and said, probably they gave me the wrong ballot paper, but I still have voted for Tangi. I said, why? He said, there was no name like Tangi or Tikri on the ballot paper, and that gentleman is living up there in Summerhill. So he was still voting for Tangi. And the point I don't agree with is that many of you have said, we will miss you. I will not miss you because I will always be with you. It's not easy to represent this much big community of immigrants, and you know the problems. So I'll be at your door almost every week or whenever you come back from Wellington. So don't you worry, we'll not miss you. We'll be with you all the times. So thank you very much for all your service, your help, your training. Thank you very much.
Councillor Petrinas.
Thank you very much, Tangi, for all the great work you've done for Palmerston North. I think a lot of people underestimate your impact that you've had on the city, especially in the areas of planning and all our international links overseas with our sister cities. One thing I always recall is that you always run an open door policy. That's when you're there because so many people want to sort of get hold of you. I just say, keep an open door policy down in Wellington and we'll all be down there. Anyway, wishing you all the best and thank you for all your great service.
Councillor Rutherford.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Tangi, I'm really proud of you and the new role that you're taking on. I know that 3 months ago your plans looked quite different and you had set out a few things in motion, but I really believe that this is where you're meant to be. Our community's been incredibly lucky to have you representing and advocating for us at a local level for the past 10 years, and to take that up a notch and now have you still advocating for the country but also now for the nation is going to make us a lot richer. I've absolutely loved working alongside you for the past 7 years. I'm so grateful for your encouragement, your support, your belief in me, for the times that you challenged me to step up or speak up, for backing me, for your wisdom, your perspective on things, for the conferences, those that we remember, the events, the coffees, the hearings, the portfolio meetings at KFC, the young elected members events, which you just scraped in at, but it's been such a joy to work with you. You've got amazing things ahead of you, and I'm so proud to call you a friend. All the best, Tangi, much aroha.
Councillor Dennison.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Kia ora, Tangi. I first heard about you before I got to meet you, and when I heard about Tangi Urekere, it was with the notion that one day he'll be our future MP, and I'm thinking, oh, he must be a long-standing community elder in our Palmerston North community. And then when I've come to appreciate that you were in your mid-teens and had served as a youth MP and had relationships that of the likes of Steve Mahari, Jill White and Marilyn Brown, and I thought, oh, he's one to watch. And of course, first time I did get to meet you formally was around the Takura Ward, and we were elected together in that era of ward committees and ward elections, and have since gone through for 10 years, served alongside you. And when you're around the table, you spend a fair bit of your life together, and what I've enjoyed most is actually the Cook Island event that we go to annually and have to get down and squat and wobble the knees and come back up and go back to the chiropractor the next week. But they loved it, and they loved how we would get up the front and do that with as part of the celebration. But I always enjoyed it because I knew I'd have a friend and I wouldn't be the only fool, at least I thought I was a fool, doing my Michael Jackson dance moves on the floor, Cook Island style. But I have admired your knowledge. You have got a lot of legal knowledge and good qualities that you bring to the table. But your servant leadership has also been around a whole bunch of civic events. I think you've probably capped the list of all-time ever events attended in a year, any 1 year, and you've probably got the second and third best score in that too, on the annual attendance for public events. So you've served actively and wholeheartedly, and I believe you'll be great as an MP. It's almost like your anointing from mid-teens now through to you're only, 40. Oh, I was going to say mid-30s. To your 40, you've got years ahead of you that, it's, that you can use well with that past knowledge. Thank you, Tim.
All right. So that's exhausted comments. I'll now put the right of reply to you, Tangi. Please come down.
Sit or stand?
You can sit, depending how long it is.
Kia ora ana koutou katoa. Thank you, Mr Mayor. It won't be long because my new responsibility has me on a caucus Zoom meeting at 10:30 this morning, so well done keeping to time. Now, I brought this because I just wanted to remind you all who I am. When I walked through that door, it is a matter of instinct, actually. I looked where my nameplate was, and then I realised if it's a council meeting, usually it would be at that table over there. That was not the case, that my new seat was up in the gallery. But I've brought this because it seemed in the lead up to the election that many people forgot that I was actually an elected member of this council, including the Mayor, who at one event forgot to introduce me even though I was sitting right beside him. So I thought I'd bring that just before I head off. But can I just also indicate that it's kind of like, well, it's great because I pretty much know what everyone's going to say at my funeral now, so thank you very much for those kind words. Good to hear that. Can I acknowledge Rangitane? I know that Trieste and Wiremu have left, but Ruma, great to see you here. Great to have you on the Economic Development Committee as well. And I have to say I'm really proud of the work that Council has done in the iwi space, certainly over the 10 years that I've been a member, or had been a member of this Council. As others had said, 3 months ago, yes, I was on leave. Terai and I were actually in Queenstown, and Alicia alluded to this. Many people don't know, but at the start of this year I decided that in consultation with Vic I would do a law degree. And so I started the semester around that time doing some law papers. However, that's all changed now because something that wasn't anticipated arose and an opportunity presented itself. And I didn't think 3 months ago that I would effectively be resigning from this council. Back in 2010, I was a teacher and I moved part-time when I became a city councillor representing the Tākaro ward, as some people have said. And over time, I transitioned away from teaching into the local government space pretty much on a full-time basis. That year that I was elected, I was the first Pacifica member that has sat around this table, and that's something that I'm particularly keen to reflect on. And I was the youngest at that time until Alicia came along 3 years later. That particular year, we had a number of new councillors. Myself, there was Susan, there was Billy, there was Duncan, and Nikki Guy. And I've had an opportunity to reflect on the last 10 years in preparation for saying a few words this morning. The first time I spoke in this chamber as a member was actually where Councillor Hancock is sitting, and it was around the mobile bus and whether we should be replacing the library mobile bus. We've come a long way in terms of our standard, in terms of the library at the moment, but that was something that I remember being quite passionate about. Many decisions that have been made around this table over the last 10 years I'm extremely proud of, and some of you have touched on that. I'm proud of our Papaiawea Pacifica Centre that we have in the city in Westbrook. I'm proud of the youth space. I'm proud of the ongoing pedestrian safety audits through to your committee, Councillor Dennison. I am actually proud of the decision that this council made around the establishment of Māori wards, and it's an opportunity for me to exercise my brain as to what private members' bill I would like to introduce into the House, and I have to say that potentially that is top of my list. But also the work around the sectional district plan review that some of you talked about, and in particular PC15, which was a massive piece of work around rural residential, wind farms, northeast industrial, utilities and others. And also actually the depoliticisation of the major grants. When I first came on this council, elected members got involved at a political level in terms of grants for community groups, and I fundamentally believe that is wrong. I still believe that is wrong, and so I think the role of elected members is to set the priorities, to set the criteria, and for there to be no political element in terms of those the funding distribution. Perhaps the most memorable piece of work for me, though, has actually been the new vision and the goals that, as a team, this council set. They are, I think, well placed. There was a lot of work to get to that point, but that's something that I'm particularly proud of. It's fair to say that my most enjoyment has come as serving as the city's Deputy Mayor. And I have to say, I spoke with Grant about this last week. Following the election in 2016, Grant met with everyone and he met with me, and he said that he was keen for me to take over the Planning and Policy Committee at that stage. And I said, well, can we rename it Planning and Strategy? And he agreed. And then about a week later, I got a message to come and visit him. So I came into the office and he started off by saying, well, actually, I've decided that I'm not going to have you as the chair of, and that's probably the most terse conversation that I've had with Grant on that particular occasion, was, why? I've been the deputy for so long, sorry guys, but there was no one else around the table who I thought could do the role. And then after he let me harp on for a bit, he indicated that he was suggesting that I take over as Deputy Mayor. So I think that's probably the one time that I've been silent in response to a conversation that Grant and I have had over the last 4 years. But fair process is really important to me. And, I look back over what's happened in the last 4 years, and I hope that those people in that role who will come after me will have a role that has developed over the last 4 years. It's a critical role, as I see it. We've had a lot of focus on professional development and learning, on the workshop approval process. We've also done some work in the CE review panel process, I think, in terms of making it fair as a way forward. And obviously the work that's been done with the standing orders, which I'm particularly proud of as well. One frustration that I have had over the years is from elected members who want to relitigate something when they don't actually have any new information. I'm a firm believer in collective responsibility once decisions are made, and I've had my fair share of wins and losses around this table. But the part of the democratic process that I think is really vital and important is that people elect us to have different views, and there is a time and place for us to express those different views. But fundamentally, once the decision is made, it's in the best interest of the city to put that to one side, get in behind it and move on. Talking about moving on, it's time for me to move on to a new opportunity, and I have to say I'm excited about it. I spent last week at MP school. I tell people it was like going back to school in the third form. Hopefully it'll improve from there. But what was really exciting with Parliament is that effectively 1/3 of the new Parliament will have new people in place, so which represents quite a diverse nature there. One thing that I had done as the Deputy Mayor is that often I would go and present to Select Committee on behalf of Council. And there was one particular occasion, and I've shared this with a couple of you, where I fronted up and I was just really disappointed in the behaviour of some elected members who would just, one got up and just walked out in the middle of, my submission and came back with a milkshake. And things like that. So I think, and I've tried to reflect that was a couple of years back, I've tried to reflect that in terms of my own behaviour in the chamber, and I think that elected members should also take that on board, that when people come to present, that it's really important that we acknowledge that in the course of our day, that might only be a small amount of time, but many people who take time off work, time away from their families, come to speak to us, that they deserve to have elected members giving them their full attention. And that's certainly something that I would like to continue to do as well. In terms of thank yous, can I firstly thank the residents of the Takara ward, my home constituency, for electing me not in 2007, but in 2010. And to serve alongside Billy and Vaughan as the 3 ward councillors at that time. Can I thank the staff, all of the staff? I've had an opportunity to work with a lot of people in this organisation. So through you, Heather, can I acknowledge you and your team? I am an advocate for your appointment to the role. The reason for that is we have moved this organisation into a new space. And I think it is long overdue, and I wish you well in terms of continuing with that transformation work. I think it needs to happen. Also to governance, Hannah, you and your team, can I thank you and for the support given. And I think of Priscilla and Penny, who gave me huge advice and support as well. HQ, which as people may know or may not know, is pretty much the Mayor's and the CE office. Can I thank the team, Nikki, Rachel and Dom, who have managed actually Grant, Heather and my life over the last wee while. They do a fantastic job, and I just want to acknowledge the work that they do. And also in the comm space, we've had recently Richard. Basically, very hard worker, what he does. And often he actually has to pull something out at very short notice. Grant, can I acknowledge you? I've enjoyed working with you over the last 4 years. Grant is extremely committed to the role. He works extremely hard hours, and I know from time to time, many of us disagree with him on various things, but actually he has the best intent and wishes of the city at heart. And so I want to acknowledge your leadership, but I also want to acknowledge your mentorship and support of me in the role. Grant has allowed me to either be the power behind the throne or the ghostwriter or whatever you want to call it, but I have valued that, so thank you for all that you do. I know you've got a list of things that you want to share with me in the new role, so I look forward to that perhaps. Councillors, can I thank you all for the work that you've done? I've counted that I've worked with 26 elected members in this role, and I acknowledge Chris, who's here, along with Gabs, who's here, and also actually the former deputy mayors. We've got John and Duncan and Jim. I think that's everyone I've served with, unless someone's popped in. So can I thank you? And also I wanted to just acknowledge Annette, who I served under as chair of Planning and Policy and Planning for a number of years, and Ross, who was deputy chair of hearings while I was the chair. The original 2010 crew on the council currently is only Billy and Susan. 2010. There was no one else around this table elected in 2010? No. Thank you, Lou. So I just, it was a great time to come onto council, and I want to acknowledge Susan. Many people know that Susan and I are often joined at the hip. We are political oddfellows. She did buy me these red socks, talking about sartorial elegance, and dared me once to wear them. They're Trump socks that say horrible things. So I thought the one occasion I would wear them would be today. So if Janine, your photographer, David, doesn't take photos of those, that would be great. But Susan has been, I think, an excellent councillor and a very close friend of mine. And that will continue. And obviously my family. There's only one who could make it today, and that's Terai. So who, as we know, has been very supportive of me. So thank you, Terai. So in closing, I've referred that I've had an opportunity to reflect on the last 10 years. And I had a look back at my Deputy Mayor speech that I gave 4 years ago. And in it, I said that the challenge for us all was 1, to focus on the issues, 2, to have robust debate, and 3, to make good decisions. And I have to say, in my assessment, I am proud to have been a council over those years that I think has delivered on all 3 of those. So I look forward to the strong relationship between this council and its local Member of Parliament. Thank you for your service, thank you for your collegiality, but more importantly, thank you for your friendship. It's been an absolute blast, and I know that I will look back on these 10 years with fondness and happiness, and I wish you well going forward. Nō reira, tēnā koutou, tēnā tātou, kia ora ana koutou katoto. Thank you.
Thank you, Tangi. Thank you, Tangi. We now will move the presentation, accept the acknowledgement of service of Tangi Utikere. I look to move it, seconded by Councillor Rutherford, and we'll now put that to the vote, please. That has passed 14 votes for and none against. We'll now adjourn, councillors. We have a morning tea for... Thank you. We'll come back at 10:30. Thank you.
Yeah, another leaf in the history of Palmerston.
Yeah.
Yeah. So how did you find central government life?
Oh my gosh, is that the little one that was born?
Kia ora everybody and welcome back. We'll now move to number 6 on our order paper, which is confirmation of minutes. And Council resolves that the minutes of the Council meeting of the 23rd of September 2020, Part 1, public, be confirmed as a true and correct record. I'll look to move those, seconded by Councillor Hancock. Are there any matters arising from those minutes? There being none, I'll ask you to vote, please. And that has passed 14 votes for and none against. We now move to number 7 on page 19 of your papers, councillors. It's a notice of motion around council housing at Whakarongo. And before I ask the councillor that has moved this, I will ask perhaps the officers just to give. So we've got, it's from Julie McDonald and Bryce asking. So,
Mr. Mayor, if I could also, in reflection, just declare a conflict of interest with my role with Homes for People, and I'll sit this one out. Thank you.
Thank you. So, councillors, that's page 21, and there's some background there. Thank you. Michael?
Kia ora koutou, councillors. We're happy to answer questions. I believe Bryce is on his way as the third author of this memo, so we'll take it as read.
On cue. Thank you, Bryce. We've just started. It's really just to, in terms of the notice of motion response to Tamakuku Terrace subdivision and your officer's report. Just, is there anything, I mean, we'll take it as being read, but is there anything you'd like to add, summarise?
Nothing from me.
All right, councillors, I'll open it up for any questions of the officers. There is. Councillor Dingwell.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you for this report. I've got a couple of questions. One is, in the report, it talks about the different size sections, and 15% are equal to or smaller than 300 metres squared. How much would this type of section cost approximately?
Well, a difficult question to give you a specific figure on. The market, I guess, sort of dictates the actual price of the sections, I suppose. I mean, it would be at the lower end. We're probably talking about $170,000, $180,000.
Okay, and so if someone was to build a modest house on the smallest sections, approximately how much would that cost?
Again, a difficult question. It's very, very difficult for me to answer that with any kind of certainty.
Okay. So on page 29, there's talk about housing affordability, and one of the measures that is used is the range which qualifies for the Home Start grant. Have these numbers changed recently? Because in July, the limit to qualify was 400k in Palmerston North.
These figures came from our consultant who's delivering the development on our behalf. They've been involved in a number of these conversations around the country, and these figures were based on that. If that's inaccurate, then or those figures have changed, then that is definitely a possibility, but just to be clear, that has come from our consultant.
Okay. I guess for me, I'm looking at this in terms of the affordability comments that were in this report. And if our measure of affordability is, if we're expecting affordable properties to be for sale at or below 400K, which is the Home Start grant, is the market capable of achieving this without further participation by PNCC?
Ultimately, it comes down to the specs of the home, it comes down to the size of the home. The opportunity with smaller sections and working with potentially some of these group builders or the likes is working with them around some of these smaller sort of kit set homes and actually doing some different typologies and things like that. Ultimately, what that actually looks like will come down to negotiation with those individuals, both in terms of what they're actually looking for, through to what's actually possible in terms of a building typology. You know, how much spec you put into a home or how much you don't has quite a direct impact on exactly what that build cost will be in the final outcome.
So I guess just to clarify then, with the smallest pieces of land costing possibly around 170K just for the section, and then the cost of actually building a house on top of that, is it that we don't actually know if the market is capable of producing housing for under 400K in that affordability side of things?
Until we've gone out and done the expressions of interest, I would suggest that would be informing this.
Okay, and I guess my last question, if I may, further on page 29, it did say option B. If we went for option B, what exactly are the high risks for council? Along the partnership model there.
Whenever we're doing any kind of building, I mean, ultimately we're taking on the risk of getting involved in that space. If all we're doing is providing a section and then giving another organisation the opportunity to build the house, then ultimately our risk is limited to that section. And if we're actually getting involved in the building of the houses, then our risk can range anywhere from our financial commitment right through to, in theory, them not being able to sell, right through to escalating costs halfway through a build and the likes. So the risk spectrum really is quite wide in that space, and ultimately it'll just come down to council's appetite for that risk.
But given the fact that the market is actually quite hot at the moment, and there are, I mean, I just had a look on Real NZ last night, and there are literally 3 houses for sale in Palmerston North under 400K. 3 houses in all of Palmy. So given that, is the risk of not being able to sell the property if we decided what the kind of build would be a high risk?
When we're talking about high risk, it's probably an accumulation of all of the risks together. Once you factor all of those in, it does become a higher risk. Is that risk in itself a high risk in the current market? I think it would be fair to say probably not. That being said, if some of these houses were not building them for another year or so, you know, the market could completely change in that time. There is definitely a level of uncertainty about that we simply don't know.
Okay, I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Councillor Naylor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thanks for the report. I'm just trying to get my head around the differences in our current path versus if we adopt the notice of motion in terms of achieving the goal of more affordable housing in the market. So, is in the current situation, as we're going with the levers that have been included in the report in terms of smaller sections and all of that. Is that how likely is that to produce what people would consider affordable housing without, you know, a deviation to the path that we're on, I guess?
well, again, it comes down to the definition of affordable,
Oh,
but yeah, I mean, by producing some smaller sections, it does open up the opportunity to be building some lower price point, I guess, end results. If all we were doing is producing standard 750, 800 square metre sections, naturally they are worth more money than a 350 square metre section. As I said, there is a lot of variation in terms of what the actual build on those sections is. But in terms of the current pathway and providing some smaller sections or a variety of different size sections, it does definitely open up that opportunity for choice and for some of our the end purchasers to be building the homes on there that hopefully can come within their price point. So it's more around providing options.
Okay. And just further, so in previous papers that have come to council, there's been direction around exploring options, partnership options, and I'm just wondering if you're able to provide an update as to whether those conversations have progressed and whether in the current, with the current pathway, whether those partnerships have got an avenue to access the properties within the subdivision.
Those conversations haven't advanced considerably from the last update report. However, that is still an opportunity, yes.
Okay. And just around the final question, just around the definition of the affordability, how is that, should that be determined going forward? Is that got to be a decision of council, or is that determined by staff, or what's the process to if we're to adopt the notice of motion, how we determine what the definition of affordable will be?
I guess the view that we've put through here, councillors, is that if the onus is on a proposer, if there was an RFP process, to come back and say how affordability goals would be met, then that would be on any proposer to explain how that was to be determined. Council would then be in a position to assess affordability along with the other criteria to avoid perhaps, assuming this is the if this is a course you wanted to follow, that would avoid there being a lengthy period where council itself had to identify anything more detailed than what we've managed to put toward before you here today.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Barrett.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thanks, team. A couple questions. The first one is just around the advice received from bureaus. Seems to be quite framed around build to sell rather than build to rent, and just wondered if their advice might change if they contemplated build to rent, and also want to understand, were they briefed to give us information around build to rent?
No, we didn't give them a specific briefing around build to rent. It was more of a broad conversation with them for their input, given this notice of motion was being put forward, and leaning on some of their experience in other developments around the country and some of the opportunities they had either been directly a part of or witnessed in an effort to be creating affordable homes or whatever that may look like.
Thank you. There's some reference in your report to needing guidance on the number of sections that might be available for affordable housing, and to my recollection, we made a decision and affirmed a decision around the number of sections that we sought to make available. So I'm just trying to understand what further information would be needed for officers to act.
Perhaps I can answer that. I don't believe there has been a firm decision made at all. The previous work that was done was having council officers write a report about building 40 houses using 40 sections, but there was never a decision on that report. So at the moment, there's no decision on the table around any of this. What we're seeking as officers is what scale of the development are you hoping to have, I guess, apportioned to providing affordable housing? There's 114 sections in total. Are we talking about all of them? 10 of them? I guess we just need some direction.
Thank you. That's helpful to have that clarified. Two further questions. One is just around, I guess it traces back to the early conversations around this development and sort of the longer term community outcomes we'd like there, and getting a good mixture of housing types and section sizes. I think the words originally used by the mayor were pepper potted, so sort of sprinkled through. And just looking at both the consultant's report and diagrams that are available of the proposed layout of sections, it does seem that there's quite a, I guess, a bent towards clustering of smaller sections and then clustering of larger sections, which could even be seen or interpreted as just sort of splitting the division and splitting the development into two sub-developments, one of which is a very compact form lending itself to a clustering of the more affordable homes, and one of which is more generous section sizes. Just wondered where the officer's thinking was at in terms of getting that mixture right of really having a range of housing types and lot sizes actually pepper potted through that development.
Again, I think it comes down to Council's direction on how you wish to do this. By having some of the smaller sections next to each other, it does open up opportunities for things like duplexes and things like that. Obviously, when you are building, efficiency comes in scale. And if I reference our social housing development at Papeoia, part of the reason we've been able to keep that price point quite low per unit is the way we're actually going ahead with the construction and putting them in that sort of typology, if you will. If you are looking to pepper pot them around, you don't always get those kind of efficiencies. However, again, it comes down to council's preference really on how you would like to proceed with this, if indeed you want to at all. I'll just hand over to Michael as well.
Sorry, just play musical chairs here for a bit. I think the other thing to be aware of as well is that the subdivision plan that's been prepared has taken into consideration a range of different requirements. So there's landscaping, there's also quite substantial issues to manage around stormwater, and some of the site layout to get the connectivity that's been provided for in the subdivision has had to take into account that, and some of the section sizes would have been dictated by some of those requirements as well. But I'd also like to add that if the decision is made to go out for a request for proposal around providing for affordable housing, some of the respondents may seek to develop maybe multi-unit housing. That's not, I guess, that's entirely a possibility, and that may dictate that some of those larger sections could be used for multiple housing sites. And I guess it just depends on what comes through and how council may want to respond to those requests.
Great, thank you. And finally for me, just to understand, you name a number of matters that you see as outstanding in terms of the definition of affordability, where the sections might be, how many sections there might be, et cetera. So what, I guess from your perspective, would be a reasonable time frame around perhaps resolving some of those questions in an informed manner?
I have a go at that. I think we've written this advice so that to suggest that if the notice of motion is successful, that a proposal, a proposal process would be possible. Gosh, that was hard to say. Now or shortly, because there wouldn't be a long further process of councillors making lots of decisions about details. So in 7.2, 7.3, we've outlined a broad process. However, as Stuart has pointed out, there isn't yet guidance about the proportion of the development that would be proposed to be an affordable development.
Great.
Obviously, though, if councillors wanted to put further definition or guidance in that process, then you would, be completely able to do so.
Great. Thank you. Thank you all, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Meehan.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm just struggling a bit on the affordable bit. So we don't actually have a figure on affordable, do we?
No.
No. So affordable would basically be what size box we can squeeze on the smallest bit of land would then start making it affordable. Is that right?
The memo contains some information about what's generally considered to be an affordable housing development, any RFP process. Any proposals that came in would be considered against a number of criteria, which would include things like amenity and the type of housing that was provided. So I don't think the premise of your question is correct.
Okay. No, I'll leave it there. Thank you.
Councillor Finlay.
Thank you. It's a little bit different way of approaching these small sections. In a small section for the family with kids, there's a bit cramped. Wouldn't those small sections be more appropriate for older people downsizing, maybe looking at a 2-bedroom house instead of a 3-bedroom house?
Ultimately, who the purchaser of the section will come down to who purchases the section, really. The whole idea was to be creating opportunities and options for the marketplace.
Okay, so are the sections going to be big enough for a 3-bedroom house? Or would they be more suitable for a 2-bedroom house?
Everything is possible. I guess it comes down to what that end build looks like.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, councillors, thank you. Thank you to the officers. That's exhausted the questions. Right, we have the 2 resolutions there. Are the mover and seconder okay if we take them separately? Well, first of all, we're just receiving the report, the officer's report. You okay with that? Okay. All right. I'll open it up for any comments around the officer's report first. The mover and seconder agreed to do them separately. So this is just around receiving the report. Any comments around this before we vote? There is. Councillor Beattie. Okay. All right. We will vote. It's passed 13 votes for, none against. We now move to the second notice of motion, or second, and I'll open it up to you, Councillor Beattie.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. The key reason why I have brought this to council as a notice of motion is because the conversations have not been had with a lot of possible housing providers out there. Through my housing portfolio, I've spoken to people like Kaingaroa, Te Tihi, Homes for People, MASH. There's quite a few others that have all indicated that they may be interested in looking at those sections at Whakaronga. So, but there's no process for them to be able to bring in proposals. So that is my key reason. So anybody bringing in a proposal would have to have the criteria of what they're going to present to us. So at the end of the day, the officers and we'll have the final say on what the subdivision will look like. There is, doing it this way, there's possibilities that one of the organisations may wish to purchase several of the sections. We don't know where, so I haven't put any specific amounts of sections. I mean, we might only get, the worst case scenario, we might only get two proposals for 12 sections. So we don't want to hold up anything by saying we only want 12 sections. We may end up with several proposals, which could be 80 of the sections, and it may fit what we want to do there. It also gives us the opportunity to get some state housing in there in a mixed area. If there's a possibility that we could work with Kaingaroa, if I've pronounced it right. At this stage, it's absolutely critical, I think, for council to open this up. Some of the other opportunities, some of the organisations that I've spoken to, it may be the fact that council could delay a purchase. That would enable them to be able to put some good rental accommodation on there, good and I don't want to define affordable housing today. Affordable housing changes weekly by housing medians. It's back to what the criteria of what the proposers will propose to us. And all I'm saying is, let's give all the housing providers out there the opportunity. If that doesn't eventuate where we want, then we can open it up to the private builders and sell the sections to those people. But primarily this is to enable the housing providers to come to us with some solutions which may be able to provide the people that don't normally end up with housing some opportunities, like Te Tihi with their rent to buy, and just a good area for housing. So that's my purpose of the proposal, so hoping you'll support it.
Councillor Johnson.
Thanks, Mr Mayor. Yes, the reason I've supported this is that I think we've got an opportunity here with a land that we own to address some of the acute housing shortage in the city. And we all know the figures. You know, we hear them every week. Affordability is getting worse. The most recent sort of market rent analysis of a 2-bedroom rental is between $340 and $380 a week. And the reason is because there's a shortage of those types of properties. Now, we heard yesterday, I think, at the Housing Needs Monitoring Group, that we've got 145 households in emergency accommodation in motels in the city, of which just under 100 of those are children. Our council waiting list for our 407 units is about 400. The state housing waiting list is 500 plus. So we've got an issue here, and we've got an opportunity with our land to work with either, and Councillor Beattie and I deliberately kept this wide, to work either with government agencies or community housing providers to see what proposals are out there in terms of being able to use some of these sections for affordable housing, whether that's rent to buy, whether that's rental, or whether that's a straight out purchase for a first home buyer. So we've deliberately kept it wide. We deliberately want to sort of test to see who's available out there to work with us to produce a solution. And that's why we haven't specified the number of sections, as Councillor Beattie said. We haven't specified whether it's only rental or it's rent to buy or it's straight out purchase. We do feel that we've got the opportunity here as council with public land to do some public good with it. And so that's why we'd like you to support this. You know, with the original proposal for us to do the build, we could see that the numbers didn't add up. But that doesn't mean that we should lose the opportunity of partnering with a community organisation or with government to produce a good housing outcome. So please support this. It's a sort of a test to see who's out there who wants to work with us and what they can offer. And then we can decide whether or not we want to go forward with it. But to lose this opportunity now, when housing is at such a sort of dire need in the city, and particularly the shortage of 1 to 2 bedroom properties, I think will be a bit short-sighted. So please support this.
Councillor Dingwell.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. We need to build affordable houses and houses to rent. I completely agree with the speakers who have already spoken today. I actually have zero confidence in leaving this to the market at the moment. I don't think it would work. We know that there is a shortage of affordable homes. We know that rental prices are skyrocketing. We know that our housing waiting list is out of control. And people keep saying it's a supply and demand issue. But actually, it's people at decision-making tables like this that has the power to potentially do something about it. And I'm not happy with the idea that possibly one or a handful of very wealthy people could potentially buy it all up. And then what? Our council needs to be yet more ambitious. I don't want any children growing up in motels or garages or cars on my watch. Instead of tinkering around the edges, we need to do everything we can to get a roof over everyone's heads. So I will support the recommendations before us, because if we open expressions of interest with affordable housing or rental properties as general themes, then council can look at those proposals and decide exactly what it is that we want, dependent on the opportunities that present itself to us. If we find enough organisations to be able to partner with us, that could actually solve quite a lot of our problems, and this city would be a lot better off for it.
Councillor Naylor.
Mr Mayor, can I ask a question of the mover or seconder prior to making a comment, please? Just a question of clarification.
One time only.
The question is, there's, in terms of the expressions of interest that will be sought, there's been comments made about that would be from government agencies and community housing providers. And what I'm interested to understand if that expression of interest process would also be open to property developers who also may have an interest in providing affordable housing.
Yes, definitely. It's open to everybody.
Thank you, that's helpful. I'm happy to make a comment. I'm very supportive of this. And thanks to the mover and seconder for bringing this forward. We've had a few papers, obviously, that have explored the idea over recent months. And I think at a strategic level, Council has given direction for this piece of land to enable some affordable housing. And if we left it on the path it's on, it may well result in some affordable housing being provided, but there isn't really any certainty around that. And I see that this notice of motion retains a little bit of the control in council to ensure that the outcomes that we're wanting to see happen actually do come to fruition. So I'll be strongly supporting it.
Councillor Barrett.
Yeah, thank you, Mr Mayor, and thanks to the mover and seconder for bringing this forward. My preference would actually be that we did put some sort of floor in there that actually specified a proportion, a minimum proportion that we would be seeking to deliver within an affordable housing envelope. And the reason for that would be that we would be then very clear with potential partners that we're intending to work at scale. And I think we do need to be clear with partners that we're intending to work at scale here, because to actually overcome some of the challenges that we face, it's not going to be just a few sections that we need to go this direction with. However, I've heard the comment from the mover and seconder around deliberately keeping it very open, and so I'm willing to test that path. But to be clear at this point, at the end of the path, I'll be looking for something that's delivering at scale.
Thank you. I'll go back to right of reply to Councillor Beattie.
I'm comfortable.
Right. All right, councillors, we've got the notice of motion in front of us there. I'll ask you to vote, please. That has passed, 13 votes for, none against. Right, we move now through to reports. I will move, we'll just change the order around a little bit, councillors. I'll now go to number 9, which is around publication of voting division upon release of public excluded decisions. We have a memo from our governance manager, Hannah. It's on page 95.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Are you happy for our legal counsel to join me?
Welcome, Desiree.
Elected members, the memo before you is a response to your request to consider the legal risks around the potential for releasing voting divisions when we release Part 2 decisions. You will have
read the report. The organisational risks there are set out for you 216, 217. The potential risk to you as individuals are set out in 211 to 215. In summary, the response is there's nothing legally preventing you doing this. It's certainly practice of Palmerston North City Council to record and to publish divisions when we're in part one. As a governance team, we're confident in our release procedures that you've seen that we're up to date with now, that we would be confident that we would be able to allow both reports and the decisions to be released, which would decrease any risk to you.
Okay, we have a couple of questions. I'll start. I think we did ask you this, but specifically, what do other councils do? Mainly city councils?
We did a general survey across TAs and specifically across metros. In general, PNCC is quite unique in recording divisions, even to start with. So it's actually difficult to compare us against other TAs. It's quite rare to do that.
So there's no real rule of thumb?
There's not.
Okay. Councillor Johnson.
Thanks, Mr Mayor. Thanks, Hannah, Desiree. I just wondered how often, under the new regime of releasing decisions, how often is only the decision and not the report released? You know, are we sort of 90% of the time releasing the report with the decision? Because, you know, the concerns were around if only the decision's released and the division, it's hard for members to explain how they voted. So if we're mostly, I'd be interested to know what the proportion is of, you know, decision on its own versus decision plus report release.
Sure. Thank you for your question, Councillor. Through you, Mr Mayor. I haven't got the statistics in front of me, so I can't give you a percentage answer, but maybe I could direct you to the work schedule on page 108 of your order paper, which puts out our new system of releasing the decisions, and you'll see that all of the decisions that have been released since August, all 5 of, I can count, yeah, 5 of them, are the report and the decision together.
Okay, thank you. That's fine.
There are no other questions. So thank you, Hannah. Thank you, Desiree. Right, we have the 2 resolutions there. I'll look for a mover of it. Councillor Barrett, is there a seconder? Councillor Dingwell. I'll open it up for any comment. Councillor Dennis. First of all, I'll go to the, sorry, I got that all mixed up. Start again, Grant. Councillor Barrett would like to speak to it.
Just briefly, I just think it is a common sense decision to support transparency where we can. And I think once the information supporting the decision comes out and things are coming out of Part 2 into public knowledge, it only makes sense to provide the voting division as well. I think it just engenders stronger public trust in how we're actually making decisions, especially when those decisions do happen behind closed doors for whatever reason they happen there. So I just think it's a good way of ensuring that we maintain and build public trust in our processes as council.
Councillor Dennison.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I would like the 2 votes to be separated, first off, but also just having a quick conversation with Councillor Rutherford in regards to an amendment. Maybe could I pass the floor to her to speak to the amendment and reserve my right to speak?
Sorry, could you just repeat that?
We just had, well, maybe I'll move it with a amendment for 2 that's subject to the report being released, so that the voting gets released if the report gets released in its entirety, not just the decision. And I'll look for a seconder and before I continue to speak.
And it's seconded by Councillor Rutherford.
The reason for that is this item came to committee recently, and I have strong reservations around it. Why some might say it's common sense, I think just releasing the voting with the decision is actually can be foolish. And the reasons for that is because we expose risk when a member gets disclosed how they voted without underlying the reason why. And when asked by the public or the media, may release details of that report that should remain confidential, and therefore put great exposure of risk around financial, litigation, and reputation risk. And so therefore, I think that's the point around risk. The next point around transparency that members are wanting to have is one around, I believe, based on trust. I believe the community want to trust us to make the best decisions for the future of our city, and I believe that, again, this transparency argument is lost when we're talking about overweighing the risk. The other one is around fairness for members, where I think it's unfair if we are unable to explain our rationale why we've voted in a certain direction on an issue without being able to explain why. So that fairness point comes in. And the only thing that would overcome that, if there was support for this amendment, which says that our vote would be disclosed with the decision and the report, that actually gives the detail around what we could speak around to outline our rationale for our position. And so if this amendment's passed, I'll support 2. If it's not, I'd urge councillors strongly to vote against the recommendation. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Councillors, is there anybody else that wishes to speak to this amendment specifically? That's in the queue. Councillor Naylor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I won't be supporting the amendment. I guess, as described in the paper, it's a balancing act between the interests of transparency and public interest versus the risk of an elected member not being able to fully explain why they voted in a particular way. And for me, that balancing act falls more strongly towards being interested in a transparent decision-making process where the public do have a right to have an understanding of as much as is appropriate and able, as much as possible, we should disclose what we're able to disclose. And I don't think there's any reason why an elected member, if put in a position where they need to explain their vote, can't say, this is the reason why I made that decision. There are other issues or factors which are confidential that I can't disclose. So in my view, that's quite acceptable, so I won't be supporting the amendment, but strongly support the substantive motion for an increased transparency. As I've indicated in the chamber, in the past I've had some concern that decisions can be a little bit easier to make, particularly when it comes to the spending of money in Part 2, where it's seen that that's not going to be something that's passed on to the community, that information. So I think as much as we can release more, I think there's a heavier responsibility on elected members in the decision-making process of Part 2 decisions.
Councillor Finlay, are you speaking to this amendment?
Yeah, I'm definitely speaking to the amendment. I will support the amendment for the exact same reasons Councillor Naylor is not going to support it. I don't think there's anything more embarrassing than someone to say to you, well, why did you vote against it? I can't tell you. What a ridiculous sort of a statement. Oh, there's lots of secret stuff we can't tell you about, but I did. No, I quite agree with the mover and seconder. If we're going to release the voting, how we voted, we must at least have the right to be able to explain to people why we voted the way we did. So I support the amendment for the simple reason it gives the councillors the ability to be able to explain themselves. Without it, they can't.
Councillor Rutherford.
Mr. Mayor, Councillor Finlay took the words right out of my mouth. So I'm supporting the amendment, and for the reasons outlined, I won't go over those. If the amendment fails, then I won't be supporting this.
Sorry, Councillor Dingwall, do you want to speak to this amendment? Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I am going to not support the amendment, and it's because I agree with Councillor Naylor. Elected members are actually quite capable of knowing not to release confidential information. We do it all the time. And when you have a decision, like what we've got in our work schedule at the moment, that says, you know, something has happened, and there's no explanation of who voted yes and who voted no, that means we actually all agreed to it, actually, and we might not have. So I don't see any evidence that says that legally we shouldn't be doing this, so I won't be supporting it.
Councillor Barrett, do you want to speak to this?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I do actually have some sympathy for the concerns raised by the mover and seconder on the amendment. However, I think it's based on quite a narrow premise. It's based on the premise that the only way an elected member might be able to explain to a constituent their rationale around a decision would be to rely on the full paper that was actually supported, used to support that decision. And while it's very convenient to use the paper, it's not the only way. You can explain a decision from a basis of principle. You can explain a decision from any number of other rational approaches to reaching that decision without needing to rely on the paper per se. Yes, of course, that should be the exception rather than the rule. We've already established that it's quite infrequent that reports aren't actually made available along with decisions, so we are arguing around the margins of what happens in terms of Part 2 releases. But my view is that in those few instances where a report isn't able to be released, that a member would still be well able to relate to an interested constituent, in general terms, their rationale around a vote that was made, and do that without subjecting themselves or subjecting council to undue risk. So I'm not inclined to support the amendment.
Are there any further councillors? We'll take that as being right a reply. So under our current standing orders. So I'll ask you to vote, please, on the amendment. And that has passed 9 votes for and 5 against. So we now need to go back to the substantive, and we've got 1 and 2, I think. So I'll just go back to when we get that up, just seeing how votes went. Are the councillors that have moved and seconded this now comfortable with being the mover and seconder with it? Just a yes or no will be fine.
No.
Okay. All right. I'll look to move it. A seconder, Councillor Dennison. All right, councillors, some of you were in the queue. I'm unsure whether you wanted to speak about the substantive motion or just the amendment. So now's your opportunity. If you just stick your hand up, because I've got a number in here that want to speak on what's there now. Councillor Johnson, I know you were in the queue.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Just to say that I do support the voting division being released, because I think it's an important element of accountability. It's not enough just to publish the decision. We're all here accountable for our decision making, and I think it's very important that it's clear who's voted which way. And I don't see any difference in a confidential decision versus a Part 1 decision, where we already know who's voted which way. I did have some concerns about the decision being released without the report, but I was convinced that that's a rarity, and persuaded by the arguments that the transparency is more important than the pressure that might be put on an individual member. Surely we're all able to say, no, I can't talk about that. So I don't want us to get sidetracked into the issue of whether the report's released or not. I think the bigger principle here is that publishing the voting division is an important accountability measure, and I support that.
All right, councillors, is there anybody else wishing to speak on the Councillor Dingwall?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. It's interesting to know that we're actually leading the way in terms of transparency in comparison with other councils throughout New Zealand, and I actually support this direction that we're moving in. I raised this issue at our September council meeting because I was concerned about the lack of transparency if we didn't disclose voting divisions. Elected members need to be held accountable for all the decisions they make at this table, because our decisions affect our community for generations. Moreover, if the majority of councils decide to do one thing that I don't agree with, I don't actually want to be personally crucified for that. Without having that transparency of being able to say why I did or did not support it. If councillors are afraid of what the public might think about their decisions, then maybe they need to spend a bit more time thinking harder about those decisions in the first place.
I wasn't going to comment, but I will now. I'm sorry. That would be my closing comment. Some of us have been around this table a little bit longer than others, and everybody cares about the decisions they make around this table. And I would just have to say, the words transparency get thrown around like it's out of a manifesto. We need the full story, in my opinion. That's why I voted for the amendment, and I'm quite happy to be accountable to anybody and any time on any decision, and I think just about everybody here is. So I ask you to vote for this and support this. This council does not have any transparency issues, and we are tidying up process. If you could vote, please. That has passed 14 votes for and none against. Thank you. Right, we move through to number 10, which is an agreement to establish a joint climate action committee. There's a memo from myself on page 99. Councillors, this was something that we brought to Horizon's attention as regional chiefs, and they've agreed to look at a climate action committee around the whole region, but we do need to put this through a proper process. So it's around appointing a joint committee with Horizons and the other TAs within the Manawatu Whanganui region, and to adopt the terms of reference for that committee, to appoint a representative, and to resolve the resolutions 1 to 4, which are listed there, to take effect when the other councils in the region confirm that they are in agreement with having appointed a joint climate action committee. I understand that some are already doing this or have done this in the last couple of days, so I'm quite happy to move all 4 of them, and I look for a seconder. Thank you, Councillor Barrett. Sorry, all 5 of them. And I'll take that as being my comment. Are there any other Any other comments? Councillor Barrett.
Just to say I'm looking forward to great things.
Councillor Dingwell.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I actually just had a quick question on this one, if I may. So after all of this, how does that then get reported back to us?
I'm unsure, to be honest, but you'd have to ask Horizons that. But I believe that it will be quite public. So we'll be, like we are with the regional transport, like we are with the emergency management joint committees with Horizons, that will come back to us, and through officers there'll be some form of mechanism of coming back to us.
Oh, thank you.
And it... I'll just ask if General Manager, Acting General Manager of Strategy can speak to that.
I mean, I anticipated it would work very similar to the Regional Transport Committee, which is a public meeting. All those minutes and resolutions passed by that committee are publicly available. I mean, we can potentially work with the governance team to make sure that those resolutions and minutes from the Regional Climate Change Committee are circulated to all elected members. And the meetings are put in your diary if you wanted to attend and listen and those sorts of things.
Councillor Johnson.
Yes, I'm very happy to see this coming forward. And I think it feeds into a more regional approach that we're taking on other matters. And I think in terms of the climate change issue, unless we work as a region, changes that we make in Palmerston North could easily be reversed by someone just up the road. And so it seems to me that although we as a city have been making good progress, it would be sensible to be working in collaboration with our neighbours on this for a better overall effect. As well as that, I hope that it will result in a sharing of resources and reduce the need for each council to do their own individual work, whereas some of the sort of knowledge and experience can be passed through. So I can see that this is only going to be useful, and I'd be encouraged that with the signing of the MOU that all of the councils will be on board, but it may well be that a little bit of peer pressure might be helpful in some instances. So I think that seeing this setup would give us some hope that climate change would be being addressed in a more sort of cohesive way rather than smaller areas doing their little bit and then nothing happening in between.
Councillor Naylor.
Thank you. Just a brief comment. I strongly support this as well, but just wanted to point out on page 103, maybe the answer to Councillor Dingwell's question, in terms of under the terms of reference, there is the power to recommend, and that includes to provide recommendations for member councils' action and partnership, and also to recommend appropriate response or course of action. So I guess we can perhaps look forward to some recommendations coming back to this table for our consideration as a result, if I'm understanding that correctly. Thank you.
All right, councillors, we have the 5 recommendations there. Being no further comment, no need to write a reply, we will vote. It is passed, 14 votes for, none against. We have the council works schedule on page 107. Yes, we're coming to that. I haven't forgotten. So we have the work schedule there on page 108. I'm quite happy to move it. If I can have a seconder. Thank you, Councillor Rutherford. Any matters arising? Questions? Councillor Naylor.
Thank you. Just a couple of items. I was wondering whether those should be included on the work schedule. One being the whenua planting options that that was agreed at the last month's council meeting. And also, I was wondering if the 2021 meeting calendar should be on there also, because I was expecting it to come to this meeting and it hasn't.
The answer to your second question was the calendar is coming to the next meeting.
And can I just ask, will there be elected members' feedback sought prior to that calendar?
To the calendar, as always, definitely.
Thank you.
And whenua planting, I'll need perhaps acting general manager of strategy to speak to that, maybe, or somebody. On the whenua planting, just an understanding of when that. We'll get it on the work schedule, but it's just okay. TBC. Okay, to be confirmed. Okay. All right. Okay, we've added both of those. Councillor Rutherford.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Just a question on item 1, the Manawatu residence card. Is there a estimated report date or any progress on that? Just noting that it did, it came from the May meeting and it was estimated to be reporting in 2020, but we are running out of meetings for 2020.
It won't be reported this calendar year, and I will consult with the GM Marketing and Comms, who's not here this week, and get back to you on when that will be coming.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. All right, we have those matters arising from that. It's been moved by myself and Councillor Rutherford. No further comments. We will vote, please. That is passed 14 votes for, none against. All right, we'll clean up the last of our items here, and we'll go to our late item, council late item, which is around appointments at the resignation of the Deputy Mayor, and there's a memo there presented by our Governance Manager, Hannah. And it's on page 5.
Elected members, this is the late item separate page that you have before you. These are the recommendations of the Mayor. I'm happy to answer questions if I'm able to do so.
Thank you, Hannah. I'll open it up for any questions of Hannah. Councillor Naylor.
Thank you. I note the recommendation 2 relates to decisions delegated to the Mayor under the LGA, but the recommendations 3 and 4 are council appointments, and I'm just wondering, I had understood usual practice for council appointments to be, for there to be an expression of interest process, and I'm just wondering if there has been any sort of expression of interest process, or if not, why that hasn't occurred in the instance of the appointments under those 2 recommendations.
Through you, Mr Mayor, you're correct, Councillor, in pointing out that number 3 and number 4, and the Mayor doesn't have the power to do that, and that's why the wording is in number 4 that you would adopt the Mayor's recommendation, and number 3 that you would appoint. So you're correct to identify that those are different to recommendation number 2 there. Perhaps the Mayor can speak to his thinking behind the recommendation.
I made a decision to wrap them all up together. There's one as a deputy, one as a... sorry, which ones are we talking about? Number 3 and number 4?
The internal, external bodies.
The council appointments?
Yeah.
And the electoral college.
Yeah. So I made a decision to pull them all together in one report.
Okay, further question in regards to the the remuneration outlined in 4.3. The final recommendation is that will go to the Remuneration Authority, and I'm just wondering if we have to send it to the Remuneration Authority every time we change something, and if that's the case, which I'm getting a nod, will we once again have to send it to the Remuneration Authority again following February's by-election of adding an additional councillor to the schedule to be an 8th councillor with no additional responsibilities as opposed to 7, which is in the current table?
My understanding,
I'm just
yes.
doing the maths before I answer. Yes, I think you're correct, councillor, and I think we should put
We,
8
do,
right
we
now.
don't control it, councillor. It is
Should
a
put 8 now.
government legislated process with the REM Authority. I know it seems tedious, but we have no responsibility around it. They need to tick it off. You may be right. It may just be a simple
Yes,
slot in,
it needs to be an 8.
but we'd still need to go through the process.
But we could do that now.
Okay, and just final question around the breakdown that's set out in 4.4 and the Deputy Mayor additional percentage of 48.6%. I'm just wondering if there's any rationale for that. I mean, obviously it's quite a lot higher than other councils around the country in terms of a loading on the Deputy Mayor, and I'm just wondering if there's any...
I don't think that is correct, councillor. Our Deputy Mayor is actually paid considerably less than most TAs of City Council size.
Sorry, my question was the percentage loading, which is a little bit out of step with other councils.
No, I don't think it is.
Is there, can the officer make any comment or?
Yeah. Through you, Mr Mayor? Yeah. The percentage loading is the same that the council agreed to in November, so there's no recommendation to change that. It's not a value judgment, it's simply what the council had already adopted for this triennium.
Thank you, those are all my questions. Thanks.
Councillor Barrett.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thanks, Hannah, for the item. Just wanted to understand a little bit about the remuneration side, and that only recently appeared. Just as I understand it, with the REM Authority, we would have set out a sort of plan that included 16 elected members. We've got now at least a 3-month period with only 15 elected members, and I'm just wondering what that sort of 16th slice of the remuneration gets reapportioned to, or does it get reapportioned for those 3 months in the gap, or what happens there?
I'm unable to answer that. I will have to speak to the REM Authority and I'll let you know.
So that will come under the last recommendation around engaging the REM Authority on where we're going.
That's correct. So if when I submit these numbers to the REM Authority, they suggest that we need to make any alterations, I'll certainly be bringing those back to the chamber.
All right, thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Dennison.
There was just a point around 7 or 8 members in the table, Mr. Mayor. That's been covered. Thank you.
Councillor Johnson.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Thanks, Hannah. I was just wondering, do we have any estimate of workload for these positions, like in terms of hours per week or something like that?
That work hasn't been done. It's certainly work that I think would have value in doing as we go through the training, and certainly as we look at how our systems all interrelate with committee memberships and the workload each of you have. I think, as many of you alluded to in your tributes to the Deputy Mayor, he's spent many hours working, and I think potentially that is something that we need to consider as we move forward.
Okay, so but for now we don't. Is that
But now
the answer?
there's no.
Okay, thank you.
There are no further questions, so thank you. Thank you, Hannah. Councillors, we have 6 recommendations there. I will look to move them. Can I have a seconder? Thank you, Councillor Hancock. I'll open with a comment to say I didn't think 3 months ago we'd be in this space, so this has been a surprise to us all. But we farewelled the former Deputy Mayor well, and I'd like to start the new chapter in the same vein. So please, I ask for your support on this. I want to acknowledge councillors that put their hand up, and I could work with anybody around this table. I really do appreciate you doing that. At the end of the day, I've made a decision, and I know it probably doesn't sit well with some of you, but I do ask you to work together as a team, as you have been doing over the last term, and for those that have been here a bit longer, the previous term. So we want to continue in the same vein that we are. It's about people working together, our knitting together with our strengths, and yeah, I just ask for your support on that. Thank you. Councillor Naylor.
Thank you. I just want to break my comments up into 3 sections because there's quite a lot in this report, and I'd like to make a few comments. Firstly, I'd like to congratulate Councillor Rutherford on her appointment as Deputy Mayor, assuming that that's all supported today. I'm sure you'll do a very good job, and also congratulations to those that have been appointed by the Mayor in various chair roles. In terms of the additional recommendations that I only discovered were in this paper at about 9:30 or 10 o'clock last night, if it had been separated out, I actually would have voted not to accept them as a late item, because they do contain council decisions where I think we would be better off as a council to have a better process building up to some of these council decisions. And as indicated in my questioning, the recommendations in 3 and 4 are actually council appointments, and we usually undertake a process where there are indications, expressions of interest for these roles, and I think sometimes in that process it can become, the Mayor and others can become aware of an interest of elected members that they may not have been fully aware of. And it's also an opportunity where a team of 16, there's an opportunity for roles and responsibilities and workload to be shared. And in this paper, I am a little bit disappointed overall that the opportunity that we have for that workload to be shared hasn't been demonstrated in the recommendations. So I fully support the recommendations 1, 2 and 5, but will be opposing 3 and 4. Not that I have any issue with the people who have been recommended by the Mayor, but more so that I would like to strongly indicate that I would prefer a better process going forward. And my final comments just relate to item 6, which I'll also not be supporting. You may recall a year ago when there was also some last minute late item come to significantly change the structure of the remuneration, and the loading for the Deputy Mayor was increased at that point from 30% to 48.6%, and I opposed it on the grounds that there was not really any good basis for that significant shift when there was a limited funding pool available, and that went to one role at the expense of other roles, which actually some elected members ended up with pay drop. And I didn't feel at the time that that was fair or equitable. And I think where we have an opportunity to review this, it should also, I would expect that there would be a conversation rather than 10 o'clock at night, the night before, noticing that it's been slipped on into a paper that without really the time to give appropriate consideration. So I'll be opposing those 3 recommendations for the reasons given. Thank you.
Councillor Johnson.
So I'll start by saying that I will be supporting the recommendations, but I would like to make some comment about, I suppose, the process, but more to the point, the result, which is that workload has been increased for a small number of councillors, but there remain many councillors around the table who have both the time and I would argue the ability to have taken on further responsibility. And it is a little bit disappointing to see what is looking like the emergence of a sort of an inner circle to whom the responsibilities are given, and the exclusion, on the other hand, of other capable members around the table. And so I just feel that I do need to make that comment. I will be supporting the recommendations, but I think if the concept of us as a team of 16 capable individuals is to be taken seriously, then the workload and responsibilities need to be shared out in a team-like way. And so I'll just leave my comments at that. Thank you.
All right, there being no further comments, I'll just have a little right of reply because some are more process-driven than others. Look, regardless of outcomes, you've got the recommendations there. I've made a decision, and as Mayor under Local Government Act, I have that ability to put a recommendation up to you. It's up to you whether you accept it or not. There has been evidence of the Deputy Mayor's role being doing more work, so I find those comments a bit either dated or in another era. The Deputy Mayor's role is significant and they do a considerable amount of work. Sharing the roles out, there are only so many roles, and you know my rationale around the best skill set for the job, and I stick to that. So if it has fallen somewhat unevenly, we had a vote a while ago about how many people are around this table, and you've decided that there's going to be 16, so I'll just leave it at that. But look, I do ask you to support this. It's not, I'll just leave it as to that, that's fine. Thank you, if you could vote. And that has passed 12 votes for, 1 against and 1 abstention. I'd now like to ask Yet to take their role, but if Councillor Rutherford, I'll give you an opportunity to say a couple of things if you'd like to.
Point of order, Mr Mayor. Did we just vote on recommendation 6 only?
No, we voted on the whole lot.
Sorry, I asked for those to be separated out. And there was only recommendation 6 on the screen.
No, there was the whole lot. It was 1 to 6. Could we go back to see it? I mean, I'm quite happy to take it again if you want to, but we've got a tight agenda. There it is.
Okay.
Okay, if you want to do it again, we'll go through it again. Okay, so which ones would you like separated?
3 and 4 and 6.
3, 4 and 6. Okay, so we'll vote on 3, 4 and 6 first, if that's okay to the administrators. We'll give you a moment to capture that. And then we'll do 1, 2 and 5 in the second lot. Councillor Naylor, do you want 3, 4 and 6 together, or do you want them all separately? Together?
Yep.
Okay, 3, 4 and 6 together. Please. Okay, councillors, we have 3, 4 and 6. Now, we actually have the amendment with no additional, number 6, that council makes the recommendation to the REM Authority regarding elected members' remuneration as listed in section 4.2 with the amendment of councillor with no additional responsibilities 8, it was 7 before. I think one of the councillors questioned that, of the report. And appointments at the resignation of the Deputy Mayor 28th of October 2020, such as recommendations to take effect from 1 November 2020, the date the new positions are to be established. Okay, 3, 4 and 6, if you could vote please. And that is passed 11 votes for, 1 against and 2 abstentions. We'll now just put together 1, 2 and 5. And if you could vote, please. Oh, that's passed 13 votes for, none against and 1 abstention. Thank you. Councillor Rutherford, would you like to say a couple of words?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Firstly, I want to acknowledge Tangata Whenua and recognise that we are privileged to govern on their land. When this term first started, none of us planned to be in this position. We don't expect positions like Deputy Mayor to come up partway through the term, but it has. And one of our greatest strengths is our ability to deal with the unpredictable. It's a daunting task taking over a role like this from somebody like Tangi. I'm not surprised by all of the support that Tangi's been given since his nomination, and as we heard this morning, he's a person that we all look at and see someone with great integrity and somebody who's going to do us very proud in Parliament. Mr. Mayor, I feel very honoured that you have put your trust in me to take on this role, and I've been humbled by the support of other councillors in this room. I'm looking forward to applying my skills to the challenges and opportunities that will face us over the coming years. We've got a great team around this table and I'm proud to be a part of it. Thank you again for your support. I look forward to continuing to play my role ensuring that we lead the city in the best way possible. Nō reira, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou katoa.
Thank you. We'll now jump back to the adoption of standing orders on page 31. Before we do that, can we just have a 2-minute break? All right, councillors, thank you. Okay, we're now back to item 8, which is the adoption of standing orders, and we have a memo that's presented by the Standing Orders Working Group. And before I ask the Chair, our former Deputy Mayor, to speak to that, along with our Governance Manager, just want to acknowledge that group. There was a lot of work that went into that, and I understand over 20 hours of meetings and line by line. So it hadn't been done for some years, so I appreciate the work that's gone in to get us to this stage. And then we either decide to accept it or make amendments or whatever. But thank you to that group and those members. So I'll now invite Tangi Utikere, who's the chair.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Members will be familiar with the paper, and I just want to also indicate the level of commitment from members of the working group. The report is fairly self-explanatory. The process that working group went through over many days was to look at LGNZ standing orders, the existing PNCC standing orders, and the feedback that elected members had provided in advance of that process, and was to also reflect what current practice seems to be for this organisation. So the end result is a new set of standing orders that are attached. It is time-bound in that the suggestion is they would come into effect on the 1st of November. There are some fundamental changes that relate to the way in which cultural considerations are progressed in council committees and council meetings. Also, just some clarity and expansion around matters of debate, separating the questions component with comment, however noting that there still is discretion of the chair to permit questions if the chair determines that's appropriate. The role of the chair has been strengthened, that's Standing Order 1.4.3. The rest is there as you see it. And just reflecting current practice around procedural motions, there seemed to be a habit of not allowing movers of procedural motions to speak to them, but actually standing orders always have allowed for that, and so it was just pointing that out. So the only additional paper is obviously 2 new delegations that will allow for leave of absence to be approved by the Mayor in all cases, except where it concerns the Mayor's own application, and that would be approved by the Deputy Mayor, noting that if for some reason the request was declined by either of those 2 elected members, that does not remove the right of any elected member to go straight to the council to seek a period of leave. Otherwise, it's fairly straightforward and self-explanatory. What I would suggest is that the council adopt the standing orders as a whole document rather than tinkering with parts of different things, because the working group have gone through that process collectively and have done that work for you, but happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Tangi. I'll now open it up for questions. Councillor Barrett.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thanks, Tangi, and other members of the working group for a tremendous amount of work put into this. So I greatly appreciate that and wanted to preface my questions with that note of appreciation. I did have 5 specific areas that I did want to query to perhaps better understand the rationale, and that would help determine whether amendments were indeed justified or not in my mind. The first is 2.20.2, which is on page 63 of our papers. And in the first paragraph, it speaks to how many people can actually front a presentation to the council, and it reserves the right to make that determination for the council or the committee. And I would have thought, in line with empowering the chair, it might have just simply been left to the chair, and I didn't know if there was a rationale around why we would need a committee or council decision around the number of people that would participate in a presentation.
Sure. Through you, Mr. Mayor. So the point with that, and I think there's another one elsewhere in the proposed standing orders, is while it's important to have, in our view, the chair have a lot of flexibility, there nonetheless needs to be some consistency across all committees. So the point in having council or the committee itself expressly giving permission for that to happen outside of the two people is so that you don't have a situation where you may have a rogue chair that decides that they will run things at odds with how other committees are run. So the flexibility is in the order of business, the way in which the meeting is run, when you take certain items before the other, or allowing people to speak and those sorts of things. But this, I guess, is a consistent bottom line across all committees when it comes to petitions, presentations, those sorts of things.
Great, thank you. That's helpful to have that insight. The second one to query is on page 64, and it is 2.21.3, and it is in fact that instance of a petition being presented, and in the in that first paragraph, it refers to a person. So again, in this case now, it seems to assume a singular rather than the possibility of multiple individuals presenting a petition. I just wondered if there was a rationale around referring to it in the singular, given that there might be instances where petitions might be presented on behalf of an entity, for instance, that might have more than one representative.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. Just checking on advice, the understanding is that a petition is required to be presented by a petitioner, which is a single person and there are petitioners in support of that, or if it's by an entity, that it would be someone who holds a position of authority within the entity on behalf of it. So that really relates to the person who is, or entity that is lodging the petition, noting that in many occasions, like the one this morning, they were supported by plurals.
Great, thank you. The third is 3.14.5, which I believe is found on page 78. And noting that this is a lift from the statute, but just it seems to open the door to the possibility of a charge for individual members of the public to take away a copy of the papers, and just wondered what, again, the thinking was there, and if we might be looking to progress down that track.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I understand officers may have a more precise response to this, but you're correct, it is a legislative lift. There was no particular rhyme or reason around why that was, why you may or may not change that. I'm advised that we've not ever charged for the provision of that. I don't know if that's accurate or not, but that's the advice that's been received. But I think members of the working group saw that as a crossover from the legislative provision, and there's nothing further to read into that from our perspective.
Great, thanks. Just to clarify around that, if we were to leave this, and who would be taking that decision to charge and setting the fees, etc.?
So Hannah tells me that she would. It would be via the chief executive, and there's no intention to do that.
Right, thank you. That's clear. Two more. 3.15.2, which is found on page 79. just it is speaking to people that can attend a meeting. It sort of speaks to people who are entitled to be at a Part 2 meeting, and then goes on to give a specific example, which is the common one in terms of relevant staff and officials that wouldn't need to be subject to a specific resolution. I'm just wondering why we needed to make a more general reference to people that could be entitled before moving to the specific and common case, and whether it wouldn't be clearer to just simply speak to the point of relevant staff and officials.
The first part of that paragraph is from Lagoima. The second part, to be honest, I can't recall the rationale behind that, but through you, Mr. Mayor, can I call on one of my colleagues from the working group, Councillor Hancock?
Yeah, thank you. Through you, Mr. Chair. My understanding of this particular standing order is really around sort of retention of perhaps somebody who can provide some additional expertise to a particular matter which is before council or committee. Thank you.
Thank you. And finally, 3.16.1 on the same page. And this deals with disclosure of information in Part 2. And I suppose my query arises around, it seems to me to permit disclosure of information from elected members to any member of staff, and noting that there's hundreds of members of staff. I would have felt that it would be more appropriate for the Chief Executive to manage the transfer of information amongst staff, and to leave elected members to simply share information amongst themselves or with the Chief Executive. Just wondered if there's a comment around a view on the appropriateness of elected members sharing privileged information directly with widely the members of staff.
I'll ask, this, as I understand it, is no change to the current standing order, but Hannah might want to make a comment.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. Councillor, I'm not sure that your question is perhaps directed at maybe misdirected, and that this particular article, this particular clause, is referring to a member of staff who has been given the permission to have access to this material, not being allowed to disclose it, rather than giving staff the right to that material. And so it's just setting out that no elected member or no staff member who has access should disclose it. And that's in line with the Staff Code of Conduct.
So I guess the flip side of that coin for me would be, are there cases where it's appropriate for an elected member to disclose privileged information directly to staff?
If it hasn't been made public, no.
Thank you. Yeah, that's helpful.
Just on that then becomes a potential code of conduct issue for the elected member.
Great, thank you. Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Dennison.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have two questions. One is just in relationship to the rules of debate and motion and amendments that are put orally relating to the questions, where in 2.1.2, questions to officers must be directed and cannot be asked once the motion is moved and seconded. But if during the course of debate, if there's a oral notice of motion that might have implications that haven't been inquired about or noted in the report, I'm just wondering, was it intended to limit the ability to ask questions of officers once we've moved into that relating to oral notice of motions?
Thank you, through you, Mr. Mayor. There is no intention to limit that. There is, however, intention for those requests to be facilitated by the chair. So lots of things come up, as you know, in the course of debate, where an oral notice of motion is signalled, but you don't actually deal with the oral notice of motion until the substantive motion is either dispensed with or there's some other course of action. So it's not meant to limit anything, but it is meant to provide flexibility for the chair to run the meeting as they see fit.
Okay, thank you. And the second inquiry is around the procedural motions to terminate, which is in 2.14. 2.14. Oh, it's page 57 of the agenda.
Thank you.
It lists, similarly to what we've had in the past, but in D, that a meeting move directly to the next business, superseding the item under discussion. And I'm just wondering whether any conversations were had about that nature, because it doesn't actually deal with the item or give it direction where it should go thereafter, where the other ones tend to. And I just wondered if we should deal with that and strike that, because it kind of doesn't give direction for officers what to do with the item thereafter.
Yeah, my recollection is that this came from LGNZ, and we were keen to incorporate all possibilities, bearing in mind that actually in some of these instances we never have and perhaps never will rely on them as a matter of procedure. Mm-hmm. So, I mean, I'm fairly ambivalent as to what you wish to do with it, but it did come from LGNZ.
Okay. Okay, thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Naylor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Obviously, as a member of the steering group, it might seem a bit strange if I'm asking a question, but just really wanting some clarification on an issue which I have indicated a potential amendment for. It's around the strengthening the role of the chair to have discretion that's outlined in 1.4.3 and on page 43, and that outlines, unless specifically outlined in these standing orders, the chairperson has the discretion. So just regarding the question that was asked, and the answer was that the limit on us, to just specifically go then to page 53 in the last sentence of 2.11.2, where it says questions cannot be asked once a motion has been moved and seconded. That's quite an absolute statement, and the answer that you gave Councillor Barrett was around that there was no intention to limit questions, but I'm just wondering if that statement is problematic, if the discretion of the chair is meant to be in line with standing orders.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, no, I don't believe it is. What I would draw the members' attention to is Standing Order 2.13.1, which relates to no questions in the comment section. A comment section only becomes live when a motion is moved and seconded. And the final part of that 2.13.1 indicates that there is discretion which lies with the chair to allow questions during that part.
Can I just, I'm sorry, I'm a little bit struggling to understand. So if 2.11.2 relates to once a motion has been moved and seconded, I mean, it says that questions cannot be asked once a motion has been moved and seconded.
That's right.
And so then when we move to the comment section on page 55, how can then it says no questions in comment section, but that comments can be made, questions can be asked with the discretion of the chair, and I'm still trying to understand.
It's fine.
How that's still acceptable if that comment's been made.
So 2.11.2 relates to questions specifically to officers, whereas 2.13.1 relates to questions which could be directed at officers, they could be directed at other members, they could be directed at someone in the public if the chair permits it.
Okay, thank you. I'll leave it there.
All right. No further questions? There being none.
Thank you, Mr. Utakere. All right, we have the 3 resolutions there. I'm quite happy to move them, seconded by Councillor Rutherford, and I'll open it up for any comments. Councillor Dennison.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just wanted to also acknowledge the substantial work that's been put into this by the Working Party. It's no small feat to come out with something so coherent and usable. The only question I'd like to make comment on is the situation around no questions, and that is in relationship to the oral notices of motion, which do happen frequently, and do put us can put an idea forward before a meeting that hasn't been considered the implications, and so therefore I think it does have merit to have the ability to inquire of officers to ask a question directly related to the oral notice of motion that happens in debate. And so therefore, where it has the note that it's only with exceptions with the discretion of the chairperson, I think it should be of the right of the member still to have that inquiry for the benefit of good decision making. And so that is my only concern so far with how this is placed. And there's 2 places where this is mentioned. It's in the rules of debate, which I inquired about earlier around the oral notices of motion. And then again further on in the comments section, that no questions under 2.13.1, which I think Councillor Naylor was inquiring on. The other 2 places where it has it noted that no questions can be asked, and I would like to move a notice of motion, an oral notice of motion, that except for oral notices, questions on the oral notice of motion, if any, and words to that effect, and I can put that forward. I'd just like that considered for the council to consider.
All right, Councillor. Do you want to write that? Well, first of all, is there a seconder for that?
There be none. I accept that, but
okay.
I just wanted to put it forward.
All right, thank you. Councillor Barrett.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thanks again to Mr. Utakere and the members of the working group. Obviously, a tremendous amount of work done to get us to this stage, and appreciate as well the rapid response and efforts by elected members and staff last night to provide the table of amendments, which just clarified a number of sort of loose ends in the numbering of the standing orders proposal. And finally, I'd like to thank the chair of the committee for providing clear answers around those 5 points of query. I did have amendments to propose around all 5 of those, but on the basis of what I've heard, the first 2 relating to 2.20.2 and 2.21.3, I'm quite happy to let those lapse. I'm comfortable with what I've heard there. However, I would like to have the opportunity for the meeting to consider the merits of proposed amendments around 3.14.5, 3.15.2, and 3.16.1, which I'd be happy to speak to.
Thank you, Councillor. Is there a seconder for those?
And yes, they've been.
There is? Okay, all right. And you've given those through to the administrators?
All 5 were supplied, but I'm only interested in 3, 4, and 5 now.
Okay, all right. As an amendment, yes, if you want to speak to those, it's fine.
Yep, sure. So hopefully they'll come to screen soon. It'll be easier to address them when they're visible to people. Thank you. Brilliant, thanks. So the first one references 3.14.5, which is that lift from statute, but which would, as proposed, open the door to a payment being required for any member of the public that wanted to grab a copy of the printouts of the agenda and take them through that door. I think that that's a space we don't need to go as a council. We've got a long tradition of ensuring that an appropriate number of printed copies are freely available, and I think it just stands in good stead in terms of us being a council that does make information fully available to members of the public. And I would think that any amount of charging that might be done on the door for agendas that we're going to leave, it would be quite difficult to justify the administrative effort. So my proposal here is simply to put a full stop and strike the words "on payment of the prescribed amount," if any. The second amendment proposed relates to 3.15.2. And if you recall in the questions, this is around who's entitled to be in Part 2 meetings, and it uses that word entitled in a very generic sense. It then goes on to give an example of relevant staff and officials, and I'm just thinking in the years that I've been here so far, I would struggle to think about other people that would be entitled as of right. I think that just simply specifying staff and other necessary parties is sufficient in the absence of a resolution, which is what's proposed here, and that if there was an exceptional circumstance where some other third party needed to be admitted into a Part 2 meeting, a resolution could be brought that could do that. I think we're better to approach this from a point of clarity, which this amendment does by removing the word entitled and just speaking specifically to relevant staff and officials. And the third amendment relating to 3.16.1 is in that first sentence where the proposal actually has us as elected members actually directing the transfer or non-transfer of information amongst staff, and I just don't feel like that's our job to speak to the transfer of information amongst staff. So my proposal basically would change the draft standing orders to be silent on that and would allow the chief executive to be managing that. And as you can see in the words there, elected members would be only enabled to disclose information to other elected members or to the chief executive, and any further disclosure to other members of staff would be action via the chief executive. So those in brief are the three amendments, and realizing that they're three quite disparate points, I'd like to see us consider them individually. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Councillor. Councillor Naylor, you wish to speak to these?
I was going to speak to one further amendment, but I can hold that. Do you want me to do that now or after this?
We'll go through these first. But do you want to, you don't want to speak to these? Okay. All right, I'll just make a comment.
Yeah.
Sorry, you do.
I'm happy to speak. Sorry. Yeah, these are fairly minor amendments which I'm comfortable with. I think 4 sets of eyes is not always as good as 16 sets of eyes, and so I've appreciated the very detailed way that Councillor Barrett has gone through the document and identified a number of errors that those of us on the steering group didn't identify. And I'm comfortable that these are generally improve the document, so I'm comfortable to support them.
Councillor Rutherford, you want to speak to these? Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm going to oppose these amendments. I don't think that tinkering with standing orders in the council chamber is the appropriate way forward. We established a group to review this. We went through a workshop, and this has been circulated through our order papers. There was some information that came through from elected members proposing amendments to us yesterday, And I don't think that going through this line-by-line process is going to be useful for the document. I'm comfortable with standing orders as they sit, and so I'll be opposing these amendments.
Councillor Hancock, are you wanting to speak to these amendments?
Yes, thank you, Mr Mayor. Look, I'll be opposing the amendments, and I just want to say thanks to Councillor Barrett really for actually going through the document in depth in the last 24 hours and providing some insights into some small oversights. In relation to the First Amendment, or suggested amendment, this actually just provides discretion for the council to charge if necessary, if we had perhaps a problematical individual who sought copies of documents at all times. And I think it's just an uplift directly from legislation anyway. The second one there, 315.2, in my recollection, we have had experts allowed to stay within the council chamber during part 2, and that was to provide specific expertise to the matter which was under consideration, and it has happened previously. And in terms of 316.1, I think this is sufficiently tight to provide protections and guidance to councillors in terms of what they can and cannot disclose. Those are my submissions. Thank you.
Councillor Johnson, it's about these. Councillor Johnson.
Thanks, Mr Mayor. I wasn't going to speak, but after Councillor Rutherford's comments, I thought I would. The fact that Councillor Barrett has produced these amendments is no reflection on the working group or the work that they've done, and I don't think it should be taken as such. It's simply another reading of the final document as a whole and the picking up of some areas that are a little bit loose. And I would point out that a number of us offered to be on that working group and were not chosen to be on it. So although the working group did a lot of work, it was made up of people who had volunteered to be on it, and some other people sitting around this table were quite keen to be on it and contribute to it. And I don't think, because they're making their contributions now in the chamber, that they should just be dismissed. So I think people should keep an open mind to contributions, no matter where they come from, rather than just assuming that the chosen ones made all the right decisions at the time.
Are there any other comments to these? I'll just make one. First of all, I think some people have called them errors. They're actually opinions of different members, so I think we need to clarify that. And I'd like to acknowledge all the work, actually, including Councillor Barrett, who's obviously read it line for line. Look, number one there, I'll just remind some councillors that, you can get a vexatious type petitioner that will tie up council in rubber bands, and that has actually happened here before, and I know it's cost council thousands. So I think we trust the CE and the staff to make the right decision, and so I wouldn't be supporting it for that case. Also, it's all online, so why people will be wanting to print things out. Yeah, I mean, they've got options, put it that way. And I think Councillor Hancock summed up the other two. They're small time, they're minor issues, but I think they've been well covered, but I'm not going to lose sleep on it, so I won't be supporting them. So we will now... So we'll be voting on all three of the amendments.
Point of order, I did ask for them to be taken.
Oh, did you? Sorry. My apologies. So we'll do them individually. So we've got the first one there. Right, this time. And that has failed. 5 votes for, 9 against and 1 abstention. Right, we're now number 2. And that has failed. 6 votes for, 8 against and 1 abstention. Unfortunately, that's failed at 7 all. Right.
Sorry, point of order, Mr Mayor. Some of those vote counts were 15 and some of them were 14. Have we...
No, the last one was 14. There was...
Oh, sorry.
No. Yeah.
So
they were all 14.
I think that the final vote that we just did, there was a vote that was not counted. So
Okay.
there's 15 elected members sitting at the
Yeah.
table.
You are correct. Okay. We'll have to take the vote again. Nobody saw who voted what anyway. Right, we're now voting on number 3. 15 of us. Okay, that has failed. 7 votes for, 7 against and 1 abstention. All right, we'll go back to the substantives that we had. Councillor Naylor, it's just been pointed out to me that where an amendment is lost, that the movers of the previous amendments which are lost are regarded as having spoken to the motion only and are entitled to speak to the new amendment, but are not entitled to move or second the new amendment. So that's...
Mr Chair, Mr Mayor, this is an amendment on a different issue. It's not the same issue that we've been discussing.
But you have spoken to the original.
Point of order, Mr Mayor, I'll move it.
Okay. I was acting on advice, so that's where we're at. So do you want to speak to it?
No, thank you.
Okay, Councillor Naylor. Sorry, first of all, can we just get it up so we know what we're talking about? I don't have any idea what it is.
Can I speak now?
No. Sorry, can we just clean up the moving and seconding, please? We've got an issue here, councillors. You can't move or second anything that has that is already, you've moved an amendment and it's lost. I'm just going off standing orders. Okay, thank you. That's what I was trying to get. Thank you. Yeah, I'm sorry, Councillor, you can't speak to it either. Understanding orders.
I haven't had an opportunity to speak to the substantive.
Okay, sorry.
I can?
You can.
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate that. Look, it's been a real valuable experience being a part of the Standing Orders working group, and I think this is a document that's really important that we get right. Through that process, it hasn't always been consensus. Sometimes it has been a majority view, and certainly I've not won every argument, and that's the way things go in an environment like that. And overall, I believe the document, in the large part that we have in front of us, is a significant improvement on our current standing orders, and I am supportive of it at 95%. There is one particular issue that is a sticking point for me, which is why I was proposing an amendment, but now others have done that, which I appreciate, and that is the principle that good decision-making is well-informed decision-making. And my view is the intention that was expressed by our former Deputy Mayor when he said that the intention is not to limit questions. In actual fact, I feel that the wording in the document is inconsistent with this intention. And I agree with the principle of giving that additional discretion to the Mayor or the Chair. However, I believe that the discretion of the Chair needs to be in line with standing orders, not contradicting standing orders. So that's where I think the clauses are problematic, and I did circulate this to all elected members last night. However, I know there's been a lot of information provided at the late in the piece. So 2.11.2 does say questions cannot be asked once a motion has been moved and seconded, and so I'm looking to that last, it's on page 53 if anyone wants to locate it. I'm looking to leave the substantive, the majority of that, but just to delete that last question. So this is under questions to officers during a meeting. So just to delete questions cannot be asked once a motion has been moved and seconded, because what actually happens inevitably is that there are amendments and there are new resolutions put on the table, and this sentence is problematic to that because it indicates that no further questions can be asked. It's been outlined 2 pages ahead on page 55 under 2.13.1 that then the discretion, no questions can be asked during comment section except with the discretion of the Chair. So during our process we did have the opportunity to review Local Government New Zealand model standing orders, and we often chose which the wording was that seemed most fitting. So what I've proposed here in terms of the change for 2.13.1 is to replace with the title saying questions to officers during debate as the title, and then the comment to say questions must be asked through the chairperson, and how the question should be dealt with is at the chairperson's discretion. I believe that's more in keeping with the intent that's been expressed, and I think it's a bit more of a consistent approach, and I think if we leave it as it currently is, I do believe it will create confusion, and I do believe it's an inconsistency. So I'd urge you to support this amendment. Thanks.
Right, Councillor Barrett.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and just briefly, firstly, to acknowledge the role of Councillor Johnson and Councillor Dennison in actually enabling this conversation to happen. I think that's a good gesture towards an inclusive and functioning council, and so thank you for stepping in. So I think we all would agree that we do want ready limits on asking of questions. However, I do feel that the proposal, as it sits in the papers, it's rather blunt and a little bit further than it needs to go or should go. And I think that this amendment would strike a very appropriate balance, again, consistent with where LG and Z's at on this in terms of leaving the chairperson well in control, but having the default that questions are enabled unless the chair chooses not to do so. For me, fundamentally, the role of a councillor, a lot of it centers on being able to ask questions, and I think we should be quite cautious about anything that introduces a very blunt approach, which I think could be open to abuse in future if somebody chose to try to rapidly shut down questions early on in a course of a debate and try to drive something through to a vote before it had really been able to be fully teased out. We're here making decisions on behalf of the wider community, and I think being as thorough and diligent as we can in those, and being open to the asking of questions even when sometimes it does frustrate us to have to listen to them, is appropriate and should be part of how we proceed. So I'm quite strongly in support of this amendment, and that it still strikes an appropriate balance, allows limitation of questions, but does it in a much less blunt way than is being proposed.
Councillor Rutherford.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm going to oppose these two amendments. Proposed Standing Order 1.4.3 allows for the chair to manage the meeting at their discretion, and I believe that that already covers the allowance for questions that may come through oral notice of motions or new information being presented in debate. The recommendation to delete 2.11.2, if you look at that standing order as a whole, it is in the context of when a presentation has been made. And so if we think about a report that has come through our order paper, the officer has come and spoken to it and presented, then the clarity that that provides is that it gives a clear indication for when a officer can step away from the table when questions have concluded. They can effectively leave if they want to. They've finished presenting, and then that allows us to move into debate. The second amendment there, I think is irrelevant, as it already allows questions with the discretion of the chair. It is already covered under the proposal of 2.13.1. I think that it's really, really important that that we reject these amendments now. We need to make sure that our question and our debate process is clear, and it provides clarity for when staff know that their participation has come to an end at that point. They need to be able to step away so that we can move into debate and present whatever arguments we want to present. I think that we have seen in the past really messy meetings when we are jumping in and out of question and comment, and I think that, you know, out of all of this, the amendments that could be proposed, these are two that I would fiercely encourage us to protect, and remember that what it comes down to is Standing Order 1.4.3 still allows the chair's discretion when it comes to questions.
Councillor Hancock.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Look, I probably can just add a little bit more perhaps to what Councillor Rutherford has already articulated, but I'll be opposing the two amendments. Basically, Section 211 really is it's scene setting in terms of setting the structure for debate. So that's 2.11, 2.11.1 and 2.11.2. So the no questions really is just a scene setter, I think, in this context. And of course, 2.13.1 is a little bit more specific. So really that's about scene setting in terms of making sure that we've actually got some structure around the conduct of meetings. And then I just refer you back to 1.4.3, of course, which provides the chairperson with discretion. And I don't think I've actually seen any time in this chamber where the chair has not used the discretion to actually allow questions during a comment section where there has been some ambiguity. And I think that what we have in the proposed standing orders outside of these two suggested amendments, is actually in line with our current practice within this chamber. Those are my suspicions. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Councillor Dennison.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. One of the things around decision making, it is dynamic, and I mentioned earlier around the concern I had with notices of motion that come through orally that may be quite different from what's proposed in the officer's report or being circulated prior in a written form, and not having the implications understood clearly, I think could be quite problematic. And so therefore I support having some robustness around the inquiry of those additional, particularly around the oral notices of motion, and taking it away from the discretion of the chair to the right of each member. And I think it has a fairness to it. I think it takes away any tension that might be created by the decision of the chair at the time of the debate, and I think that would be unfortunate. And so overall, I think we've had a pretty good environment where we've been able to inquire heading into the mover and the seconder moving into debate, but limiting it doesn't take the fact that there's plenty of oral notices of motion. So I'm going to support this. The other point I just want to make is just be cautious that I don't want to put any concern up, but overall, these notices of motion here to change what's in the standing orders only requires a simple majority, but when we come to adopt the standing orders, we do need 75%. So make sure, my point of concern is don't lose the battle don't win the battle to lose the war, and so that's a risk that I'll just let you to ponder. Thanks.
Councillor Beattie. Okay. All right. I'll write a reply to the mover.
Thank you, Mr.
Point of
Mayor.
order, Mr. Mayor. This is an amendment.
Sorry, I just figured that out when I said it. My apologies. You can, of course, you can speak to it. You haven't spoken.
Thank you. As you no doubt realised, I moved this because I felt that it was important that one of our colleagues had the opportunity to have her points debated. And I don't often agree with Councillor Naylor, and I don't agree with her now. But I do believe in a fair process. And so I will put her point, but I won't be supporting it. So her point in this, and it is a fair point, although I don't agree with it, is that under standing orders, the proposed standing order 1.4.3, it does say, unless specifically outlined in these standing orders. In other words, the implication is that the chairperson has no discretion to go against something that's been specifically outlined. And that is her point. Now, other people are of the opinion that there's enough leeway in the standing orders that the chairperson can allow questions. Her point is that she doesn't think that's the case. I am one who's been extremely irritated by questions during comment on a regular basis. And so I personally would like to make sure that there is, as Councillor Rutherford mentioned, a distinct cut-off between question time and debate time, because I do think that sometimes questions are used to derail debate, and it does get messy. So if you can understand all of that convoluted phraseology, I'll be voting against, but Councillor Naylor has got fair points which should and could be considered. Thank you.
All right, thank you, councillors. My apologies. There's too many standing orders going on here. All right, we're working off two sets. So we've got the amendment or amendments there. We will now vote. That has failed. 6 votes for, 8 against and 1 abstention. we'll go back to the substantive. And Councillor Jennison is right, this requires a 75% majority to succeed, so I'll just remind you all of that. Okay, councillors, we have them up. So resolutions are obviously to adopt the report, to adopt the attachment of the new standing orders 2020 with minor amendments listed in the table, and for the document to take effect from the first meeting in November, to approve the new delegations clause around the Mayor and the Deputy Mayor to grant leave of absence attachment 2. So, Councillor Naylor, you've popped up again. You wish to speak to this? Okay.
Thank you. It pains me to say this because I've put a lot of work into this proposed standing orders, but the fundamental principle to allow informed decision making, I think, has potentially been lost a little bit in the wording of the current document, and so I won't be supporting it today. I guess that in terms of, that's not to say that in the future we can't consider the work that's been done in a different way if this doesn't get across the line. But in the process, I guess I didn't really have an opportunity to talk to the substantive. It was a little bit messy, obviously, but there is a local government have standing orders that were reviewed thoroughly last year and had a comprehensive legal review. I think what we've seen in this process is that piecemeal changing of standing orders does not always produce the best result, and hybrids, trying to put a hybrid together is also problematic. As you see, there were some areas that had to be changed overnight, as well as some, so I guess one of the options that we had as a steering group was to consider the local LGNZ, and I guess I would just put it out there that in future it may be worth us not trying to reinvent the wheel, but it may be a consideration to look at what good practices and what many other councils have adopted, and look at whether that would be an appropriate way forward for our council. But I can't bring myself to support this document in its current form.
Are there any others wishing to comment? Councillor Johnson.
I will be supporting it. In particular, I just wanted to comment on the introduction of the definitions of different aspects of tikanga and the allowance for cultural practices at the start of presentations, which I think is a positive improvement. I don't think we're ever going to get a document that everyone agrees with 100%, but I do support in general the review and the direction that has been chosen, and I think that it's fine for us to have our own working practices, but they do need to be carefully outlined and they need to be reviewed from time to time, and I'm satisfied that it's gone through a very good process, so I'm happy to support.
Councillors, nobody else? Thank you, Councillor Johnson. I'll just write a reply. Look, I mean, there's been comments made around local government standing orders and you know, being on the National Council. I know that they're developed as a model, and they are very much a one-size-fits-all, and we know that local government has 78 different members. So they're there to assist the members. They're a guide to assist any rural, provincial, metro or regional council. So you do have to do a little bit of hybrid work to make it fit. And I think you'd find that just about all councils, other than some smaller ones, probably certainly in a city council arrangement, have some bespoke arrangements. So I think it would be unwise of us just to default to the local government standing orders every time. They're certainly a guide and they've helped. Just want to acknowledge the team again that have done the work, and I do support the direction of where this is going. I'd like to acknowledge members that have read this line for line as well, because that's been very helpful. And there's no harm in debating all of this as well. So you have the resolutions there. I ask you to support them, please. Sorry, we won't be, we've ignore that. It's just fallen on the wrong page. Just having a little technical. Okay, we look like we might be ready to go. We vote again, please. And that is passed 13 for, 1 against and 1 abstention. It has 75%. Just. Okay. It's 1 o'clock, folks. I think we're going to break for lunch. Although we still have a little bit to do in part 1, but quite a big part 2 agenda. So enjoy your lunch, and we'll be back here at 2:05. Thank you.